So good afternoon, everybody. It's 2 o'clock, so we'd like to get our council meeting for April 11th started. And with that, I'll call the meeting to order. And first item we have up is, of course, adoption of the agenda. So a recommendation here that the agenda for the April 11th, 2022 amended regular meeting of council be accepted and passed. Could I get a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved by Steve, seconded by Sherry. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Move on to disclosure of pecuniary interest on anything in today's agenda. I have nothing to declare. Councillor Burke?
No.
Councillor Yake?
Nope.
Councillor McCabe?
I have none, Andy.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hearn?
No, I do not.
Okay. So today we have the pleasure of having an award. Well, we got the category awards, declarations, recognition, but today we have the distinct pleasure of presenting the 2022 Senior of the Year Award. And I have some remarks here. So on behalf of the Honorable Raymond Cho, Minister for Seniors and Accessibility, and the Honorable Elizabeth Dowdesdale, Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, and myself on behalf of the Township of Wellington North, I'm pleased to present the 2022 Senior of the Year Award to Kay Ayres. Welcome, Kay.
Oh, thank you.
Kay is one of Wellington North's heroes. Should a project arise, Kay is always willing to roll up her sleeves and get the job done. Officially or unofficially, she is involved in many volunteer projects and organizations, including but not limited to the Mount Forest Seniors Group, the Senior Center of Excellence, and 100 Women Who Care Rural Wellington. These are just a few of the events where you will find Kay. I also have a couple of testimonials I'd like to read, as I think they go a long way in best describing Kay and why she is so worthy of this recognition. And I quote, "Wherever Kay goes, she brings with her joy, happiness, and laughter. When meeting Kay, you think that she has never had a bad day in her life, but she's lived through adversity. She makes the best of every day. We could all learn a thing or two from this wonderful lady, whom I'm proud to say is my friend." And that unquote, and that's from Helen Edwards, Program Coordinator for the Seniors Center for Excellence. Second testimonial I have is from Nick Brock, who's a member of the recreation team at the Mount Forest and District Sports Complex. Quote, "Kay's positive attitude is a joy to work with. Throughout the pandemic, Kay and I kept in touch to see when she could get the seniors back in action in the community hall. She kept the health and safety of the group at the forefront of the conversations at all times. Her caring, good-humored nature are a true asset to this community," unquote. As we can all see, Kay is a remarkable, warm-hearted member of our community and is devoted to helping make Wellington North a great place to live, work, and play. We are fortunate that Kay calls Wellington North home, and she is clearly deserving of this award. Congratulations, Kay. And I would like to now give a chance for anyone else on council who would like to say a few words. Anyone else? Sherry?
Yeah, congratulations, Kay. What an
Thanks.
honor. Thank you for your dedication to our community and our seniors. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry.
Okay. Steve?
Again, to echo, see what Sherry just said. Thank you very much for all your dedication to this township, to your town. And I wish there were more people like you, Kay. And I hope there's more coming up in the future. Thanks very much for what you've done and what you are going to do even in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Dan, go ahead.
Well, congratulations, Kay. I probably know Kay better than most of you. She's been around my life for quite a while now, and everything that was said here is absolutely true. So congratulations, Kay, and well done, and we'll see you on the road.
That's because I walked past his place. That's what he meant. I don't lay on the road. Jesus. Dan, make yourself clear.
Yeah, I wish we
Lisa?
could do this in person, Kay, to be honest with you.
I do too.
Absolutely.
Go ahead,
Don't
Lisa.
You folks don't have the power to get COVID over with, do you?
We all wish we did.
All right, I want to say something. Am I next?
If I can just let Lisa have a say, and then I'm going to turn it over to you immediately, Kay.
I was just trying to congratulate you, Kay, as well. You make Wellington North tick, and we're so lucky to have you.
Oh,
Wish we could do this in person.
thank you. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Kay, when you're ready.
Me. Oh, Dandy, I got stuff. Look at all the pages of stuff I've got to say. How much time have I got?
I told you that the meeting's only short, Kate.
Yeah, but Dan, you've told me lots of things that didn't end up being true. So anyhow, I just want the township council to know a couple of things. Number one, I got flowers this morning. They're beautiful and it was wonderful. And thank you for that. The award has really been a thrill for me. Oh yeah, there's my flowers sitting beside me. Very few things in my life. Lots of things have happened in my life that I'm absolutely thrilled with, but very few things have been as awesome as this is. And I don't know why I got this, but I am truly grateful. And I want to just tell you exactly how I feel. Yay! I won! That's it. Oh, Karen, did I talk too loud? Did I hurt your ear?
No, I just wanted to say that I had put the certificate up on the screen, and I don't know if you noticed it, and we will get that out to you just shortly. And also, Tasha Graffos also nominated you with Nick.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
Oh, she was so easy to work with. Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we done yet?
Close, Kay. I just wanted to again congratulate you and thank you for all the things you do for your community. And I hope you enjoy the flowers, and we'll get that certificate out to you. And someday soon, all of us will be able to get together in person and enjoy some fellowship. So again, thank you very much, Kay.
You're welcome. And thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Kate.
Thank you, Kay.
Bye, everybody.
Happy Easter.
Okay. Now we're on to presentations. And we've got Curtis is going to give us an update on our cannabis program. Well, not our program, sorry. Our program of making way for cannabis operations in our community. Welcome, Curtis.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Lennox and members of council. I'm happy to be here this afternoon to update you on our township cannabis review. I do have a PowerPoint presentation, so I'm going to try and share, and hopefully that works here.
If you would rather I do it, Curtis, I don't mind. I've got it up.
I think I got it going here. Let's see.
There you go. Yep.
Okay. It starts. Perfect. Okay, everyone can see the presentation.
Yep.
Well, then we have a big planning agenda here, so I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing for council, but it's a good day for planners anyway. So anyways, I'll try and be brief here to get things moving. So as I mentioned, we have started our review of cannabis production and processing as a land use in the township, and we've prepared a background report, which I'm here today to talk to you about. So the purpose of this presentation is, again, to update the town, just generally update the township on the status of our review or our study, and also to present the details of the background report, and finally to review next steps going forward. So council may recall in August of last year, council passed a resolution directing staff to undertake a land use planning review of cannabis uses in the township. In September, council passed an interim control bylaw, which prohibited new cannabis uses in the township for a one-year period. This interim control bylaw was put in place to allow for the cannabis land use planning review to be completed.
Curtis, we're still on slide 1
Oh, are you? Okay.
here. Yeah.
Let's see if it catches up. Oh. Looks like we're on slide 3.
I can only see, excuse me, slide
Only see
1,
the cover
Curtis.
page.
Okay.
Want me to see if I can do that?
Sure.
Okay,
Sure.
you
Yeah.
need to stop, if you stop sharing your screen,
Okay.
and let me see if I can share mine. And I just have to start my slideshow. Are we on slide 3?
Yes, yeah, 2, we talked about the interim control bylaw, and
Is everybody on
Right
slide
slide,
3
perfect.
now?
Does it say interim control bylaw?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's the heading of it. Is that slide 3, Curtis?
perfect.
Okay. Just tell me when you want me to advance the slides.
Okay, great. Yeah, so just to summarize, so we Township Council passed an interim control bylaw last September, which prohibited new cannabis uses in the township for a one-year period. And this interim control bylaw was put in place to allow for the cannabis study and review to be completed. So next slide, Karen. So the planning study includes 4 main phases. The first phase, which is the background review, is why I'm here to talk to you today. The next steps will be a review of the various policy options for council to consider. Third, we'll have a public consultation component with a public meeting. And then finally, there'll be a final recommendation report and any bylaws for council to consider. Next. So this background report, which is attached to the council agenda, includes a review of cannabis regulations and licensing, a review of provincial land use policy, as well as local land use policy, which would be the county official plan and the township zoning bylaw. We reviewed and identified potential land use conflicts with cannabis uses. We also did an extensive review of other municipal approaches and best practices across the province. And finally, it includes the identification of future considerations and next steps. So as council may be aware, cannabis was legalized for recreational purposes in 2018. It was basically previously illegal since the 1920s. However, in the early 2000s, with the passing of the Marijuana Medical Access Program, legalization was loosening up, allowing for medical cannabis use. So the federal government has established a licensing program for the production, which is growing of cannabis, and for the processing of cannabis, which means the creating of cannabis products. So this license system is managed by Health Canada, and there are various types of licenses which are both for medical and recreational cannabis purposes. And there's more detail is included in the report on the various types of licenses. Next, Karen. So as permitted by Health Canada, cannabis can be grown indoors and outdoors. Indoor production is usually conducted in a greenhouse or an industrial type building, which I have a couple examples there as photos. So indoor production provides for a controlled growing environment and will allow for year-round production. The size of facilities can be from several thousand square feet to some very large facilities that are at west to hundreds of thousands of square feet. As mentioned, Health Canada also permits the growing of cannabis outdoors. So as we would all understand with our weather, outdoor production is seasonal here in Ontario. However, outdoor production does provide for lower costs, but the production is at the mercy of the weather. Also, there's another type of license available called an industrial hemp license, and that is for the growing of hemp. And hemp is cannabis, but it does not contain THC, and it is used for fibers and oils and other products. Interestingly, in 2020, there was over 1,300 hectares of hemp that were grown in Ontario. And finally, licenses are also available and can be obtained for the processing of cannabis, and this can allow for the extraction of oils and the manufacturing of cannabis products. And this is usually done in an industrial setting. Now, in order to obtain a license for a growing or a production facility, an applicant must meet the applicable regulations and obtain approval from Health Canada. And just to highlight a few of the more relevant applications to the township, as part of an application, site plan and building details must be provided, and these must be in accordance with the detailed regulations. An applicant must notify a local municipality, the fire department, and the police service of a proposed application for a cannabis facility. Note that applicants are responsible to comply with all applicable provincial and territorial laws, as well as municipal bylaws. Security and odor controls must be provided. And also of note, the facility must be constructed and inspected by Health Canada before a license is actually issued. A final type of cannabis production to mention is the personal growing of cannabis for medical uses. And under the federal regulations, cannabis can be produced for an individual who has authorization and is registered with Health Canada for medical use. And using a doctor's recommendation or prescription, and there's a calculator available from Health Canada, patients can be permitted to grow a number of plants based on their medical needs. In these situations, cannabis can be grown indoors, outdoors, or within a dwelling. And I note a security system or other odor controls are not required or for these types of growing situations. So as part of the background review, planning staff reached out to OMAFRA to discuss cannabis as a land use. And OMAFRA's comments are provided in detail in the planning report, but in summary, OMAFRA has indicated that in their opinion, the production of cannabis is considered to be an agricultural use in prime agricultural and is permitted in prime agricultural areas and on rural lands. I also want to note that OMAFRA is supporting research at the University of Guelph on a cannabis production and land use planning study. And this study will analyze land use planning policies within Ontario and other jurisdictions related to cannabis production. The outcome of the study will be best practices for land use planning tools that limit nuisance impacts on adjacent lands, support the continued growth of the cannabis sector, and improve the consistency of municipal decision-making. So as of right now, there hasn't been any results released of the study, but planning staff will be keenly monitoring the study down the road. So as part of the background report, a policy review of the county official plan was undertaken. And just to summarize, under the County of Wellington official plan, the production or growing of cannabis would be considered an agricultural use and can be permitted in the prime agricultural area. And now the processing and manufacturing of cannabis products would be deemed to be an industrial use and can be permitted in industrial areas, subject to compatibility being addressed. And finally, final situation, the growing of cannabis can be permitted in specific circumstances in industrial areas where the proposed use is deemed compatible and includes related industrial components. The township zoning bylaw was also reviewed, and under the township regulations, the production of or growing of cannabis can be considered an agricultural use, and the processing and manufacturing of cannabis products can be considered an industrial use. Council may recollect that 2 cannabis facilities have been permitted in the Riverstown rural industrial area through site-specific zoning bylaw amendments several years ago. And these 2 facilities included both the growing and processing of cannabis. Now, the planning report also looked at land use compatibility related to cannabis uses. And we've identified common land use impacts, and they were discussed in some detail in the report. So to summarize some of these impacts, the first one discusses odor, and this is identified as the most common land use compatibility concern with cannabis uses. The odor is typically described as a skunky smell. Now, the odor generated may depend on the size of the growing facility, the growing method, if it's indoors or outdoors, the stage of plant growth, and the use of air filters and other things. It's worth noting that some municipalities require an odor study for any new cannabis facilities in their community. And some municipalities have even implemented odor control bylaws as a way to manage odor. Finally, municipalities have made requests to OMAFRA to develop an odor control guideline similar to MDS, which is in place for livestock uses and sensitive land uses as well. Other compatibility issues include lighting and noise. Noise can be from fans and other equipment, and lighting impacts can be created at night from greenhouses. Noise studies and light curtains can be used as tools to limit impacts. And finally, traffic was also identified as a potential land use conflict from cannabis facilities for deliveries and staff. So as I mentioned, we conducted a review of many municipal approaches across the province, and some are, a few are even detailed specifically in the report. And we reviewed numerous planning studies and zoning bylaw amendments as part of the background research. So just to highlight a few of the best practices related to cannabis, and these are generally things that are implemented in the specific town or township zoning bylaws that we reviewed. So it was quite common that most municipalities that we reviewed included a setback between a cannabis use and a sensitive land use. So that would be between a growing facility and a residential use, for example. And the ranges were anywhere from 70 meters up to 300 meters, what we found. Many of the municipalities also included building setbacks and minimum lot sizes for cannabis uses. Now, many of the municipalities that were examined did permit cannabis uses in industrial areas and in the agricultural area. However, as also a common approach of many municipalities was to require a zoning bylaw amendment that would be reviewed on a site-specific basis in order to permit a new cannabis facility. It was common that many of the municipalities that we reviewed prohibited outdoor storage related to a cannabis use. Many of them included standards and requirements relating to lighting to limit impacts. It was also common that site plan approval was required for all cannabis uses in many of the municipalities. And also many of the municipalities required that a noise study or an odor study be submitted as part of a proposal for any new facility. And finally, many of the municipalities which were reviewed had also introduced official plan policies specifically for cannabis uses. So to wrap up my presentation here, in terms of next steps, and this is identified in the report as well. In the spring, planning staff will be working on developing some policy options for council's consideration. And some of the things that we'll be looking at to bring back to council will be, for example, where cannabis production and processing should most appropriately be located. Also, should cannabis production be listed as of right, which means as a permitted use in the zone, or considered through a zoning bylaw amendment. Other things we'll be looking at, should there be specific setbacks to sensitive land uses and what those distances may be. And then finally, we'll also be looking at should other zoning standards and requirements be introduced, such as minimum lot areas, building setbacks, fencing requirements, lighting and odor controls as well. So I think I covered a lot there, and there's a lot in the report as well, but hopefully I tried to hit on some of the key topics, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks, Curtis. Maybe we'll just get the recommendation on the floor here, and then we can ask any questions. So I have a recommendation here that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Wellington North receive the presentation provided by Curtis Marshall, Manager of Development Planning, County of Wellington, regarding cannabis production and processing land use study background report. Can I get a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved by Dan, seconded by Lisa. And with that, I'll open the floor for any questions or comments. Steve?
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, thanks for that, Curtis. You said there was going to be a public consultation. Do you have any dates for when that will be in Wellington North?
Through the mayor to Councilor McCabe. So no, not at this point. I think our next step will be to come back with some policy options and some possible recommendations for council to consider. And then following that, we'd prepare a draft zoning bylaw. And I anticipate at that point we would circulate, well, there'll be hold a public meeting and circulate what we're proposing for public feedback, but that date hasn't been set yet.
Okay, thank you, Curtis.
Other questions or comments? Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Curtis. I mean, it was a pretty good report, lots of information, probably a lot of stuff that I was maybe certainly unaware of. But it sounds like the county is moving forward with you know, a good plan, and I'm looking forward to seeing the final draft, I guess, once it's all put together. But yeah, certainly a lot of information there.
Other questions, comments? Well, I would just say thanks, Curtis. Certainly this is a relatively new policy area, and you know, we want to try to get it right as much as we possibly can. So we appreciate the background effort you're putting into this, and we look forward to next steps so we can get a policy that works for Wellington North. So. Steve, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, excuse me, and thank you, Mayor Lennox. I just, as you were speaking, I just kind of thought of another question. Any other municipalities in Wellington North have issues with this kind of a zoning bylaw amendment, or is this just like kind of unique to Wellington North?
Yeah, through the mayor. So we did review the municipal zoning bylaws in the county. So Puslinge does provide for cannabis facilities in limited circumstances in the industrial area, but only for medical uses. Erin as well has some limited permissions for them with some setbacks, but again, was for medical uses. And these probably, the reason some of this is they predate the new legalization for recreational purposes. Now the other municipalities are generally silent on cannabis uses, that they don't specifically address speak to them. However, Minto is what has approved, I believe, 3 different facilities in their industrial park a number of years ago that I participated in. So in terms of having issues, I think it's not something that I'm specifically aware of any specific, like we haven't at this point had specific requests to look at cannabis maybe in the other townships, but certainly across Ontario, it's a hot topic. There's many areas, especially where there are large greenhouse operations. A lot of these municipalities have undertaken detailed reviews of cannabis, and some of them have even developed, as I mentioned, odor control bylaws and other means to provide some regulations above and beyond what's required from the federal government process. And some of them, as I mentioned, have made requests for OMAFRA for some assistance and from the federal government. And a lot of it seems to focus around odor. But I think the one thing I maybe forgot to mention in my report was that some of the land use compatibility issues identified are really no different than what you may find with another greenhouse operation if you're growing tomatoes or cucumbers or flowers. So there are some similarities there in terms of, say, lighting, for example. But I think the odor component is certainly unique to the growing of cannabis.
Yep. Thank you. Yeah, and I think Leamington had some issues with light pollution as well, but that's further down the road, I think, Curtis. So thank you for that.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, all those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. We now need to recess our council meeting to deal with a zoning bylaw amendment public meeting and a minor variance. So I have a recommendation here that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Wellington North recess the April 11th, 2022 regular meeting of council for the purpose of holding a public meeting under the Planning Act for John Clausen zoning amendment and Mount Forest Lawn Bowling Club minor variance. Can I get a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved by Sherry, seconded by Steve. All those in favor? We're recessed from our council meeting. We'll switch over to the public meeting for the zoning bylaw amendment. And I will call the public meeting to order and ask if there's any disclosure of pecuniary interest in regard to this agenda. And this is for the zoning bylaw amendment 05/22, John and Helena Clausen. I have no pecuniary interest to declare. Councillor Hearn?
No.
Councillor McCabe?
I have none.
Councillor Yake?
No.
Councillor Burke?
No.
Okay. So the location of the subject land, the land subject to the proposed amendment is described as Park Lot 8 and has frontage on Wellington Road 109, geographic Arthur Township. The portion of the property subject to the proposed amendment is approximately 0.49 hectares in size, and the location is shown on the map in your agenda package. Purpose and effect of the application. So the purpose and effect of the proposed amendment is to rezone a portion of the subject lands to permit a single detached dwelling on the property. The property is currently zoned highway commercial with a site-specific provision, and that's a C2-14, which permits tourist commercial uses. The subject lands are currently vacant. Additional relief may be considered at this meeting. How are notices sent for this public meeting?
Notices were mailed to property owners and the applicable agencies within 120 meters of the property. Signage was posted on the property on March 11th, 2022.
Okay, thank you. Matthew, I see you've popped up on my screen, so welcome. You can give us a presentation, that'd be great.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, good afternoon to members of council and the public. So again, through you, Chair, and before getting into this, planning staff note that this application is before council and the public to provide an opportunity to comment on the application. And that a bylaw will be brought to a later meeting based on feedback received this afternoon. So with that said, the zoning bylaw amendment, is seeking to rezone the subject lands from highway commercial site specific, specifically C214 to residential R1A. With that said, the site-specific provisions permit a tourist commercial uses with an accessory single detached. My understanding is that the applicant is seeking to rezone the property to permit the construction of a single detached dwelling on private services. So planning staff note that the GRCA has provided comments and identified a significant slope and hazard lands on site. As a result, they have requested deferral of the application and the completion of a geotechnical report and site plan before they can provide a final recommendation on the zone change. And with that said, I welcome any questions.
Thanks, Matthew. Has any further correspondence been received in respect to this application?
No, there has been nothing further received other than what's listed on the agenda, which is from the GRCA.
Okay. So the bylaw for this application will be considered at a future regular council meeting, not today following the public meeting. Any persons wishing to be notified of the passing of the bylaw must submit a written request. Is there any members of the public registered to speak on this application or the applicant, Karen?
Mr. Clausen has been moved into the meeting. He's still on mute and his camera isn't on. Mr. Clausen, if you'd like to speak to the issue, if you would just unmute yourself. There you go.
Welcome, Mr. Clausen. If you can hear me, you have some comments you'd like to make at this point. Now's a good time.
Okay, yeah, no, hello, everyone. I guess I did try to call the Grand River Conservation and I didn't get a response from them on the steep slope issue there. But from my thinking is most of my property or that property is not on a slope. The very back end would be, but that's under, there's woods there, trees, and I'm not planning on going back there. So I guess I don't really see that being an issue, but like I said, I'm wondering, I left a voicemail with them and I was also wondering if their maps were wrong or if they were actually out to see the site, because like I said, the site itself doesn't have that steep of a slope where the buildings or the house would be. It's in the back corner and that's all woodland and I'm not doing anything with the woodland there. So like I said, I don't really see any issue with that, but that's as far as I got with that. I didn't get a response from them.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else registered to speak on this, Karen?
No, there isn't.
Okay. So then we'll just open it up for comments or questions from council. Then I see Matt, you popped up on the screen. Can you add some information to this process?
I would just say that if we get a letter from the Conservation Authority, it informs us in our decision making.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? So really the recommendation is to wait till we get feedback from GRCA to see if this issue gets resolved before proceeding with the rezoning. Is there any other issues of concern from a planning perspective, Matthew?
Through you, Chair, that's sort of the main issue where we're at right now. Ultimately, it is council's decision whether approve, deferral, or deny. But like I said, GRCA has provided these comments and requested this report. And I've asked for basically some explanation on that point, and their standpoint is without that geotech report, to basically say if, the steep slope is aggressive enough to, get a house on site, then they're not comfortable with doing that zone change, which would ultimately provide the house on site. So like I said, at this stage, they're not comfortable with basically providing no comments or concerns without that report.
Okay. Well, we certainly don't want to see something built there and have it slide down the slope into the river. Any further questions or comments at this point? So, Mr. Clausen will be awaiting the GRCA information, and when we get that resolved, we'll bring this back to council for a vote and the final decision. Okay. I don't think we have anything further, so we'll adjourn the public meeting. I have a recommendation here that the public meeting of April 11th, 2022 be adjourned at 2:41 p.m. Could I get a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved by Steve, seconded by Sherry. All those in favor? That's carried. We're adjourned from this public meeting. We'll switch over to the Committee of Adjustment meeting. And I will call the Committee of Adjustment meeting to order and ask if there's any disclosure of pecuniary interest in regard to this application 808/22 Mount Forest Lawn Bowling Club. I have none to declare. Councillor McCabe?
I have none, Mayor Lennox.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Burke?
No.
Councillor Yake?
No.
Councillor Hearn?
No.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to minutes of the previous meeting. So we had a Committee of Adjustment meeting on March 21st, 2022, and the recommendation is that the Committee of Adjustment meeting minutes of March 21st, 2022, A07/22 be adopted as presented. Could I get a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved by Lisa, seconded by Dan. Any questions or comments on those minutes? Okay, all those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. So we'll move on to our application for today. This is application A08/22 for the Mount Forest Lawn Bowling Club. The location of the subject property is described as Lot 19, Part Lot 20, and is municipally known as 310 King Street East, Mount Forest. The subject lands are approximately 1,343.23 meters squared in size. Location of the property is shown on the attached map. The purpose and effect of the application is to provide relief from the minimum front yard, minimum exterior side yard setback, and daylighting site triangle requirements. The applicant is proposing to construct 3 sunshade structures and a sandbox with a front yard setback of 1 meter and an exterior side yard setback of 6.7 meters. A reduced daylighting site triangle of 3.4 meters is being requested to facilitate the installation of a pylon sign and recognize the location of the existing sprinkler control room. Other variances may be considered where deemed appropriate. How was notice given for this public meeting?
Notices were mailed to property owners and applicable agencies within 60 meters of the property, and signage was posted on the property on March 18, 2022.
Okay, thank you. Matthew, I assume you're giving us the report on this one?
Yes, indeed. So thank you through you, Chair. Before you is a minor variance application to provide relief from the minimum front yard, exterior side yard, and daylighting triangle requirements, and to recognize the location of the existing sprinkler room. As mentioned, the applicant is proposing to construct 3 sunshade structures and a sandbox with a front yard setback of 1 meter and exterior side yard setback of 6.7. Further, the applicant is proposing to construct a pylon sign, located 3.4 meters within the daylighting triangle. And with that said, planning staff have no concerns with the application, as the request is minor, meets the intent of the official plan and zoning bylaw, and I welcome any questions.
Okay, thanks, Matthew. We have correspondence from Danielle Walker, Source Protection Coordinator, and from Saugeen Conservation, their environmental planning technician. Has any further correspondence been received in respect to this application?
No, nothing that isn't listed on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Any persons wishing to be notified of the decision must submit a written request to the Secretary Treasurer of the Committee of Adjustment. And with that, I'll open the floor for any questions or comments from the public. Do we have anyone registered to speak on this application, Karen?
Brenda Eckhart is in the meeting. I believe she's associated with the Lawn Bowling Association. So Brenda, if you had anything to add, if you wanted to unmute yourself, turn your camera on. Oh. Somebody had their hand up in the waiting room. Oh, okay. And I'm going to move Doug into the meeting. Oh. So Doug, you've been moved into the meeting. If you could just identify yourself, turn your mic on and your camera, and let us know who you are and where you live.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
Can't seem to get my camera going, sorry. My name is Doug Kopp. I am a member of the Mount Forest Lawn Bowling Club, and I'm helping them out with the application. And I guess the only thing I'd like to say is, oops, there I am. Is that the buildings that we're proposing are very small, so they're not gonna make a very big impact, just so everybody knows. None of them require a building permit, and they're probably a foot smaller than they actually appear on our drawings, like an 8x8, that's the outside roof dimensions. Whereas the buildings will be more like 7x7 and 7x11, and they're all open, so people can still see through them. And so I just want to add that so you kind of knew when you were making your decision.
Thanks, Doug. Anybody else registered to speak on this application, Karen? Okay.
No.
All right, with that, I'll open for comments or questions from committee members.
No questions.
I have none, Mayor.
Okay, Dan, go ahead.
Just an inquiry mind, I guess. What is the sandbox for?
So when they're prepping the field, they're using that to level out, and they roll it. It's kind of a nicer surface to play on.
Like a top dressing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
So were you going to bring your toys, Dan, to play in the sandbox?
I wasn't sure whether that was maybe you want to keep it out. You want to keep it covered up from all the cats over there.
Yeah. It'll have a lid.
Oh, good. Very good.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, we'll move on to the decision then, and I'll just read out the decision point that the minor variance applied for in application 808/22 for the property described as lot 19, part lot 20, and it's municipally known as 310 King Street East in Mount Forest, to provide the following relief. Number one, that a reduced front yard minimum of 1 meter be permitted for the proposed 3 sunshade structures, sandbox, pylon sign, and recognize the location of the existing sprinkler control room, whereas the bylaw requires 7.6 meters. Number two, that a reduced exterior side yard minimum of 6.7 meters be permitted for the proposed 3 sunshade structures, sandbox, and pylon sign, whereas the bylaw requires 7.6 meters. And that number three, that a reduced daylighting triangle be permitted of 3.4 meters to facilitate the installation of a pylon sign, whereas the bylaw requires 7.5 meters. All those in favor? Okay, so Darren, did you want to? Sorry, I didn't see you there.
Just over the page on that recommendation is a condition of approval.
Okay, can you read that off for me, just because I must not have printed that part.
And further, that the proposed 1 meter, 3.2 foot front yard setback is applicable solely for the 3 sunshade structures, sandbox, and the existing sprinkler control room. Any new structures will have to adhere to the requirements of section 28.2 of the zoning bylaw.
Okay, thank you for that, Darren. Any, yeah, no, we're right on to the vote here for this one. So all those in favor? That's approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think that brings us to the end of that agenda, doesn't it, Karen?
Yes.
So we'll need a motion to adjourn. Did I get a mover and a seconder for that? Moved by Steve. Seconded by Dan. All those in favor of being adjourned at 2:51 p.m. That's carried. Thank you.
Maybe we'll have to have a tournament up there sometime.
Are you the ringer, Steve?
Ooh. No, not at all. Be a good
Okay,
fundraiser though, Mayor.
Well, we haven't been able to hold the mayor's curling bonspiel, so maybe we need to move it over to lawn bowling.
Oh, that'd be fun.
All right with that.
All right.
Anyway, so we'll resume our regular meeting of council. So I have a recommendation here that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Wellington North resume the April 11th, 2022 regular meeting of council at 2:52 p.m. Taking a mover and a seconder for that, please. Moved by Lisa, seconded by Sherry. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. So we're back in our council meeting. We have a deputation.
Could I just ask you to rule on a point of order? Brenda Eckhart, who is with the Lawn Bowling Association, has raised her hand in the gallery, presumably because she'd like to say something.
Okay.
Brenda, I'll move you back into the meeting. So Brenda, if you want to speak, you have to unmute. There you go.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to tell the council how much we appreciated their help and support with the grants that we've received in the last year. It has made a world of difference to the Lawn Bowling Club. And it was the foundation for us to get sponsorship and make the club viable again. And if you do want to have a mayor's lawn bowling tournament, by golly, you're welcome to us. So thank you very much.
I appreciate that. Thanks very much for those kind words. Yeah, we'll get, so we have a deputation this afternoon. We have Gerald Martin from the Markham Waterloo Mennonite Conference with regard to a meeting house in elementary school. Is Mr. Martin with us, Karen?
It's Ralph. Yes, Gerald Martin is the applicant. Ralph Martin is speaking and he is in the meeting here with us. So Mr. Martin, you'll need to unmute yourself and turn your camera on. Mr. Martin? I know I just called him while we were on the meeting, so I know that's who that is. There you go.
Is the camera on too then?
No, not yet. We can just hear you. We can't see you yet.
Okay, and can you advise how I it on. Usually the camera comes on. Oh. Yes,
There you are.
there we are. Okay, I'm Ralph Martin and Mayor Counselor. We're here this afternoon and I had 4 other committee members with me and Stephen Weaver, Stephen Martin, Gerald Martin, and Clifford Bowman. I will turn it over to Stephen Weaver. He's our secretary, so he'll give a secretary report on this agenda. That's okay. Thought you might all come on. But I'll let Stephen read it to you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
As the secretary, I'll read off a little bit of a report that I've got here. That it's something that we've been working on for a while and we're a little bit up against, maybe we'd say. So I'll read it off as I have here. Hi, Council. We are the committee for the Markham Waterloo Mennonite Conference and are looking for a site to build a church. We've been looking for the past 3 or 5 years. And the area of the growth seems to be concentrated around Arthur. Before we were looking further north, more in the Kenilworth area, but the last 2 years or more, we were concentrating in Arthur. 4 years ago, we had talked with James Coffey about some land off Tucker Street beside the old railway tracks. This was then sold to a developer before we had an agreement and a site plan in place. And when talking with township planner at the time, Linda Redmond, she saw no reason why the Paul Levine property wouldn't work. So we contacted Paul Levine and we came together with a verbal agreement. And we then also wrote it up to the lawyer, or had a lawyer write it up. And with a few adjustments, Paul agreed to the agreement that we had for about 7.5 acres to be severed. But he didn't want to sign it because he wanted to sever off a lot for his own son north of the creek or the ravine. His son wanted to build a house there. So our understanding that this was going to be presented to the land, or he was going to present this to the land division twice already, but he was always deferred because of the comprehensive municipal review committee or review that's in process. And we were wondering why this is always being deferred. So we called the planner, Curtis Marshall, at the county there, and he suggested that we put in a deputation to council and to share that we are serious about this severance. We had the plan there that was sent to everybody. And we contacted Paul Levine again 3 or 4 weeks ago and to let him know what we are doing and invited him to come on board as well if he wanted to make a presentation for the severance. But Paul then informed us that he has, in the meantime, he got an offer to sell all of his property to a Toronto developer. Paul then told the developer that he wants to sever about 3 acres for his own son and also has a pending sale of about 7 acres south of the creek for a church and school. The developer said he would accept the 3-acre severance for his son's house, but not the 7 acres. We as a committee then contacted Gavin from Pine Haven Holsteins and asked him to contact a neighbor of his, Matt Stott. And Gavin got back to us. Matt Stott had just sold to, I presume, the same Toronto developer in the same week. On the side, Gavin, he would be willing to sell land to us for a church and a school, but we know that this is outside of the urban boundary. We do share the school with the old order Mennonites that drive horse and buggy. And if they would, or the horse and buggy people would be allowed, it would be permissible in the ag zone, but we do drive cars, so it's not, we're not totally into that or compliant. So we would, if we have that land off by the trucking site, Ivan Trucking there, then we'd come off, the lane would come off the second line beside Ivan Armstrong Trucking. And we realized that it would take a zone amendment for this, but there would be a lot less traffic noise for us to contend with. We greatly appreciate your consideration for this. And we're also open to any other spot that you might have, that in case we didn't see all of the possibilities that you might see. I'll turn that over to, or another note here is that this wouldn't really be a whole lot different than if a cash cropper would buy the land and he'd sever off the house with 4 acres. And then this land would be lost to ag then as well. That's just our stand. We'll turn it over to council to see if you have any more questions.
Matt, I see you've popped up. Did you, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, an official plan amendment is something that's not on the table right now because there's an MCR process going on. So, and I think you're talking, say, the southeast corner of line 2 and Con Road. Is that where we're talking about? Or County Road 14?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that might be outside of the official boundary for Arthur. So that's even gonna be a harder hill to walk up. But anyway, that's my take.
Yeah, that's definitely outside the urban boundary. It would be in the prime agricultural area.
Yeah, that's going to be very difficult from a planning perspective, in my opinion.
So just if I can be clear about what your group is asking of us, I mean, you have this proposed land available to you to use. You're asking, what exactly are you asking from us at this point?
Actually, it'd be more if you have a certain spot in mind that we could use. We're kind of, the other letter that we sent, we realized that we can't, the developers kind of have a control of the land and we can't seem to buy land that's in the urban boundary. We would have a possibility outside, but we realize that it wouldn't be in compliance with the township's rulings.
Consider taking it out of the.
And I guess a question would be whether you would consider taking it out of ag or not.
Yeah, okay, it's not really up to us as the local council to take something out of prime ag. That's more official plan and provincial guidance goes into that.
Anyway.
So I'm not sure how much help we can be to you in that regard right now. I mean, it's much easier to deal with this inside an urban boundary. So I think you've probably been pushed in that direction before. But I do understand the challenges you're facing with, especially it seems in Arthur that you know, there's a lot happening from a residential development perspective.
Yes, we had been talking with James Coffey in the past week, and he had said that the Wellington County had a works shed there that kind of fell through, and he does have 8 acres there, but he said he put on his thinking cap. He might have something somewhere, but yeah, at this point we don't have anything that we've can get our hands on it that we know of.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from council? Steve?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't think it's something that we can do to take prime ag out of production. And I don't think the county goes for that to begin with.
Okay. Mike, go ahead.
So, yeah, I understand council's position and the take as it relates to the prime ag piece. Unfortunately, this group, as they've indicated, been working at this for 3 to 5 years and have come up against roadblocks when it comes to getting decisions made as it relates to properties that were within the urban boundary. So now they're kind of, running out of runway as it relates to properties within the urban boundary because there's been no decisions made as it relates to the line severance. Lines have moved on to another developer. So, I think if council, I know we're bound by provincial policy statement, we're bound by the official plan, but if it's clear to these gentlemen that don't bother wasting your time looking at properties outside the urban boundary because there is no option there, at least that's some level of clarity, because I think they're frustrated and I don't blame them because they've been trying to make efforts for properties within the urban boundary and have been told, well, there's no decisions on severances, no decisions on the on anything related to the official plan until the municipal comprehensive review is complete. And so now that's not complete and won't be complete for some time, and they've lost those properties. So I think just as it relates to certainty for them, the understanding that the only opportunity for what they are proposing to happen is going to be within the urban boundary is at least something for them to work with. I know they're going to have a tough battle finding lands within Arthur because it's become very focused on residential development. And they're also going to be very frustrated that lands that are currently designated future development or excess lands, there's not going to be a decision on those until the municipal comprehensive review is complete. So they're going to keep getting the same answer over and over and over, unfortunately, unless this council is going to make an effort with the county around severance applications and official plan amendments during the term of the MCR.
Okay. Thanks for that clarity, Mike. Council members, anybody have any thoughts on where we'd like to go with that?
Is it actually, sorry, Andy, is it actually something like to what Mike said, is it actually something that we can do or push forward to help them out?
So it's not really our decision. It's not a decision that we can make, but we can have influence on the decision. We could make a recommendation to Land Division Committee and the county planning to request an official plan amendment and or severance in this position, but we don't have the decision-making authority.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
And
thank you.
Excuse me, and that is what Curtis Marshall thought we should do. Ask you to make a recommendation so that they know that we are serious in the county to take a look at it before, I guess, before the review is complete. Thank you.
How much land do you feel you need?
Well, it's 7.5 acres with the school and church. The school, I guess, I think we can put in 8 regardless. That is a permissible use. And then it's just 4 acres for the church that would be added to it. So I guess my personal feeling is it's not any different than if a cash crop severs off for the house that's there, and actually they can sever off 4 acres and then that's lost too. So I guess we're asking council to consider that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Other comments from council? Dan, go ahead.
I don't know maybe who to address this to, but if we were to recommend or ask the county, do we open a door or a can of worms in that regard, where now when people can't find property that they're looking for, they're going to go outside of the the boundaries, and not everybody, but we may get more and more requests of this nature. I guess is that what would happen by making this request on their behalf?
I think that's completely a possibility, Dan. I know that having sat on land division committee at the county, they get requests, not necessarily of this nature, but requests to take land out of prime ag, which doesn't conform with the current policy all the time. Not that, lots of them aren't granted that get requested. The occasional one does, depending on the merits of the case. So I think you have to look at this as, at least I look at this as on a case by case basis. Is this the best option available to these people to have a place of worship and a school? I think we'd all like to see it in the urban boundary, but I think we can relate to the problems that they're having as well.
Sure.
Mike, go ahead.
Mayor Lennox, just with your indulgence, I might just share the map of the Arthur area just to give a little bit more context in terms of which properties we're talking about, or which properties we think are of topic here, if that's okay.
Sure.
So hopefully you guys can see this is within Arthur. Here's Eliza Streets here. So originally, this triangle is the property that they were looking at, and part of this area in this section, but you can see that these lands are designated as future development. So they've run into the roadblock that county, there's a severance application up here that was spoken about, and there's no decisions being made around future development lands or severances while the MCR is ongoing. So while they were waiting for that, these lands have now subsequently been sold, or that's their understanding. They've also looked at these lands on the other side of Eliza Street, which are within the urban boundary. The urban boundary is this red line, but they're also now being told that those lands have been sold as well. So the amounts of land within the urban area of Arthur are getting slimmer and slimmer in terms of utilization. So they've gone out this a little bit further and are now being told that, yeah, that's outside the urban boundary, these A1 lands, and that they would not be eligible to build out there. So we know that some of these lands in here, which are industrial, have been sold, and there's a request to convert those lands to residential. And we know that these balance of these lands over here are industrial. Those lands are owned by Jim Coffey. So we've heard talk about those lands again today too. So just to provide context, they've looked in multiple locations for opportunities, and yeah, they've come up against roadblocks, some of them being process as it relates to the MCR, and some being lands have been sold to other developers who aren't looking to support the building of a church and a school.
So if this group were to make an application for an official plan amendment, it would come to us for our opinion as a commenting agency. And most often with those type of amendments, we would be holding the public meeting for it as well. So I suspect that they're looking to us to say, if they do bring one forward, we at least would support it, even though they probably understand that the county ultimately will make the decision.
Yes, I guess that's where we're at. And we'd be right beside the trucking company, which is a non-ag use property too, so we're just technically extending that boundary a little bit.
Right. And I suspect that your use of that property would be less in conflict with typical agricultural uses around things like odor and noise and dust than lots of other uses would be in a situation like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Most of us are rural, well, we're rural people and we are farmers, most, or not all of them, but acquainted with it, being that we sort of tend to, if we're not farming the land, we try to get a small property in the rural area so the noise and odor wouldn't be a problem to us.
Dan, go ahead.
What is the downside of asking the county to help?
I'm not sure that I have an answer for that one. I don't. Does anybody else have a comment?
Boy, that's
there?
a loaded question, Dan.
I think really it's a question of, are we prepared to, you know, how what's the word I'm looking for? How strongly do we feel about the preservation of prime ag as prime ag versus other uses?
Okay, yeah.
Was that a question or just a rhetorical question, Mayor Lennox?
It was mostly rhetorical, but you're welcome to answer it.
No, I mean, that's a good answer. I'm just asking what the downside is. So obviously we have to make that choice.
I mean, this definitely falls outside of current policy. So if we're supporting something that falls out of current, you know, the more support they have for moving outside of current policy, the better their chances of being successful.
And then like Councillor Yake said, does that open the door for anyone else wanting to kind of do the same thing?
And the answer is sure it does, but you've got to look at, I think you got to look at it on a case by case basis. Let's look at what use they're proposing here. I mean, if this were
I understand that part of it.
A residential subdivision, it would be an absolute hard no from me. If it were, you know, but because of the use of it, like I said before, it's not likely going to have a lot of conflict with other agricultural uses around it. So it's not going to interfere with the carrying on of agricultural business in our community. It's unfortunate that it has to come out of agricultural land. That part bothers me. But at the same time, this is an important use for people who are part of our community.
Oh, and I'm not arguing that point at all. And I think people should have a place to worship and go to school. You know, I would never hold that back. It just happens to be prime ag. That's the only sticking point tonight. And to Dan's question, like to his point, I should say, and I'm not trying to pass the buck or anything like this, but is this up to us or is it just up to the county?
It's a county decision. We're just deciding whether we want to influence it or not. Sherry, I saw you had your hand up.
Yeah, so my question is should we, I'm just wondering, should we be taking the lead on asking the county to look at this, or should the applicant be taking the lead? And should then the county be bringing us a report to say, as they do with other applications?
So I don't want to put words in their mouths, but my suspicion is that they know that they have to make the application to the county to get an official plan amendment and a severance. But they're trying to see if we can be on their side before they go to the effort of doing that. They know we don't make the decision.
But you
They
will,
want it. Go ahead, Ralph.
you will have at the end to say yes or no to it if they would allow it. If my understanding is correct on it.
We would make a recommendation. We are not the decision-making body.
Right.
So it would come to our council. Often we hold public meetings on behalf of the county when they're making official plan amendments like this.
Mhm. Yeah, we've been through it before. We did it up at Con and we're familiar with the procedure but yeah, I guess like you said before, we're asking if not officially doing it, but that if you would support it, if we do make a recommend or an application for it, that's where we're coming at, I guess. And that was the reason we're here today. Curtis Marshall thought this is where we should start. Thank you.
Did that answer your question, Sherry?
Well, yes, but I guess for me, it would really depend on the location of where it is. I mean, I'm hearing that we might be considering beside Armstrong Trucking. I'm not necessarily sure that's an ideal location for a school, in my opinion. When we've looked at community safety measures around other schools.
Fair enough. Now, I think under the official plan, a parochial school is permitted in the agricultural zone. So they could get a severance in that location to put a school there, through the normal course of the process. What makes this different is the fact that they want to have a place of worship as well, which is not a permitted use in an agricultural zone.
Right.
And one other question, I feel second line is a lot less traffic to come in and out for the church or school rather than coming out on County Road 14. It'd be a lot safer to have a school but abutting to second line rather than onto County Road 14.
For sure.
And that would be the proposal we had looked at that was in the addendum, had the school on County Road 14.
Okay. So I'm not hearing a lot of thumbs up or thumbs down on this one. So we got to come to some sort of thought on where we want to go with it, or where we want to encourage them to go with it or not. Sherry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just have another question. I mean, the deputation has stated that they've had other, they've been working on this for a period of time. But we never have seen any of those plans or had any requests from the county previously for any of these locations? Or have, because the land was sold prior to getting sort of that process in motion? Is that what I understand?
Yes, that's how what happened.
So they had a tentative deal with the landowner. It hadn't yet gone to county for the official plan amendment and severance that would be required. And then the property was sold.
Correct.
Okay, so for me personally, I would rather like to see something maybe in the future development lands. I don't know with some of those properties being sold, whether that's still an option. Prime Ag is Prime Ag, and they don't make any of that anymore. So I'm cautious to sort of approve something like that. But again, understand the importance of both the place of worship and education.
Thanks, Sherry. Anybody else have thoughts on this?
Conundrum.
I don't. I'm trying to stew on it a bit. And I know they've probably gone around in circles already, and I understand their frustration with that. Yeah, I've got to kind of think a little bit more about this, I think.
I have a question, Ralph. So the new owner of those properties you were looking at, have they said a hard no to any kind of arrangement, or like is there an I guess what I'm asking, is there an option that we could push to help you with the official plan amendment on those properties, or is that off the table completely at this point?
I won't say it's completely off the table, but Paul Levine did ask them if, like we had in our presentation, that they did it. He asked if he could honor the agreement that we more or less had, and they said no. We didn't talk with him personally. It's only coming through Paul Levine. And we can't say that when he told us there 3 weeks ago what we want to do, or to put a push on it instead of just wait, he said that he had a few questions and he hasn't come back to us to say that he officially signed it, but he was ready to, if they can, if he gets granted severance for his son, which was north of the creek there, but they didn't want to hear anything of giving up another 7 acres for us for a church.
Okay, thank you for that.
Stephen got something.
Yes, I'll add something to that. If the developers actually need a place to separate the commercial from the residential, or the industrial from the residential, we'd definitely be willing to talk with them about that. We haven't talked to the developer. We've talked to Jim Coffey. He said he'd put his thinking cap on. He's holding industrial land, so he doesn't want to give that up. But if there'd be a stipulation like that, that
they would need a separation between residential and commercial or industrial, we'd definitely be willing to talk. That's all.
Okay. So, I think this is the first time most members of council have seen this proposal. I'm not seeing a consensus emerging here right off the top. I'm not sure at this point whether we're much help to you guys or not in this regard, but you know, certainly from my perspective, certainly am interested in talking more or thinking more about what we can do to facilitate it. I would like to see a solution made, but question is, what does that look like? I think is still up in the air.
Yes, and that, thank you for that. And that's all we were asking, that you think of it, because sometime it will come in front of you, and we wanted to make you aware of it and asking if you could support it, I guess, if it does come in front of you. But I agree that we can't make a decision in a half an hour or an hour, but we do appreciate that you consider it, and we ask, and we're fully aware that ag land doesn't come by anymore, but we also know that, you know, there are options that we said that will do the same thing, take land out of the ag, and I guess we're just asking you to consider it. Thank you.
Okay.
But we don't,
Well,
we really didn't look for a decision today, but maybe if you want to bring it up at next council meeting again and see if you can let us know if you can come to a decision on it, that we could take it to council and or to the county and know that we have at least some support and maybe a better understanding of why we're asking for what we are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments from council at this point?
No. I have none.
Okay, I think, thank you for that, and I think we'll move on and have to revisit this conversation. Okay, next thing we have on our list here is business arising from previous meetings of council. We have a notice of motion that Councillor Burke brought forward at our last meeting. I'll read the recommendation, and then we can start to have some discussion possibly. And then the recommendation is as follows: that council appoint a committee to review the fleet management policy and bring recommendations back to a future meeting of council. And further, that the committee consists of one member of council, one fire department representative, one building department representative, one operations department representative, and one finance department representative. I assume you'll want to be the mover of that, Councillor Burke?
Yes, thank you.
Do we have a seconder for that? Dan? Okay. We'll open the floor for questions, comments. Go ahead, Sherry.
Yeah, so I just wanted to give a brief explanation because I think this is slightly different than what I had originally anticipated, but think it's important. So as an organization, I think we should be proud of who we are, what we represent, and promote it. My original discussion at our last meeting was primarily around changes to 3.5 of the fleet management policy, and that branding changes should involve council. However, upon further reflection, have decided that this is the way I'd like to proceed. The policy is 6 years old, and it's time for a full review, as we do with other policies from time to time.
Other questions, comments? So I just have a quick question, Sherry, and I just want to understand the scope of what your thinking is here. I mean, we did, like you said, you did previously talk about the, for lack of a better term, I probably don't have the right term, but the badging of our vehicles. Is there, this looks like a bigger scope. Is there other issues that have cropped up that you're concerned about with regard to our current fleet policy?
Well, I think that fleet replacement is always a contentious issue when it comes to budgetary process. And in reviewing the policy with staff and also reviewing it myself, I think to have that discussion around decaling and changing any of the branding, I think it's probably just it's pointed out in 3.5 of the policy. So for us to do that, I mean, the last time the fleet management got together, it only took a couple of meetings to sort of hammer out the details. But I'm open to changing the motion if council has other ideas to approach it. But I just thought that it might be a good opportunity to review the whole policy.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions or comments? Steve?
I'm not opposed to looking at the policy again, like Councillor Burke has suggested. Is this something that we could do more perhaps at budget time when it comes to the needs to replace the fleet or a pickup truck or a grader or a truck plow? What I'm probably not in favor of is rebadging or rebranding, I guess, trucks or our equipment when we can't afford to pave the roads that we want to. I'm not sure this is the best way to spend money. And you know, I understand being proud of Wellington North. I am extremely proud of where I live and where I grew up and where I continue to live and will live. But our trucks routinely don't go out of our borders. So I'm not sure who we're advertising to, or I'm not sure who we're trying to get in front of when it comes to not rebranding, I guess, like rebadging township property or vehicles.
Sherry, go ahead.
Yeah, so another part of the reason why I brought this forward was I don't believe that fire vehicles should be decaled as in what they call a stealth mode. Fire departments and fire vehicles, to my knowledge, are never undercover. They're more to be seen. And I'm not sure who made those decisions to have that decaling replaced on not our tankers, but on our pickup vehicles. And it outlines in 3.5 of the fleet policy that I forget the exact wording, but they are exempt and sort of do their own thing. And I don't think that's right.
Other questions, comments? Dan, go ahead.
I can see both sides of the issue here, both with Councillor Burke and Councillor McCabe's comments, but it doesn't hurt anything to review it and have that discussion and see what may or may not come from the discussion. if the discussion dictates that it's a complete overhaul, well, that's what the discussion leads to. If it dictates just some minor tweaks and some minor additions and some different ways of doing things, then so be it. So I see no harm in having the discussion. I mean, I think it's it looks like it's a good group of people from the township, and I think they can have a good discussion and bring back a good report as to what they think we should do moving forward.
Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, I do agree that reviewing things from time to time is a good idea, and I'm not opposed to it. I'm wondering, and again, there's probably never a good time either. Wondering about at least waiting until we have a treasurer to be in place, a new treasurer to be part of this conversation. And like Councillor McCabe, as far as rebranding of the vehicles, and maybe that's not where we're going, I do have a little bit of opposition to that when I feel we need to kind of tighten our belts right now when we had to cut all of our rural paving projects. When I spoke at the last council meeting about my K car back in the day when I worked for OMAFRA, it was because I had a strict policy about maintaining the look of frugalness and stuff like that. And even when I work for OMAFRA now, for the Normal Farm Practices Board, if they send me anywhere, I have to document everything, that it was all done the cheapest way. I'm not allowed to drive my car unless I can prove that the rental car that they would give me, the cheapest one in gas, would be more costly than me paying mileage. So I do have a little bit of opposition to that, but not in context of reviewing anything. I think that that's a good idea from time to time.
So I have another question, and I'm going to direct it at you, Councillor Burke. Yes, because it's kind of come up in the discussion. I just want to be clear about what your expectations are around timing for this review. Is this something you see as immediate, or can you just enlighten me what your hopes and thoughts are in that regard?
My hope is to have the discussion before we get to budget. So if we wait for a treasurer to come on board, I'm completely fine with that. But I think it's a discussion that, if the timing is right and we can have it before budget, that would be optimum. But do understand that we have some staffing issues.
Yeah, that's where my concern was. I'm fine with reviewing the policy, but we are going to be short staff here quite significantly for a period of time, and I just not sure that I mean if this was to be immediate, I don't think I could support it, because I'm just concerned that we would take too many staff away from things that we need them to focus on. But I'm absolutely supportive of a review of the policy. So I'm not sure where that leaves us, but thank you for clarifying what your thoughts are on it. What does everybody else feel about a timing perspective if we're going to do this? Steve?
Yeah, and like I said earlier, I'm not opposed to reviewing this at all. The timing, to me, but it wasn't an issue before Councillor Burke brought this up as a notice of motion. So I'm timing wise, whenever.
Other thoughts, anybody? So, I mean, we can approve this notice of motion or deny it. I mean, I'm not trying to presuppose the outcome here. But I think if we were to approve it, then I think we do need to give some direction in terms of timing of what our expectations are. So I guess that's why I'm trying to get that out on the table at the beginning here. Sherry, go ahead.
So are you, Mayor Lennox, are you looking for like a specific time frame that it must be done by August the 30th, or can we just leave it open-ended that we review it in the fall alongside of budgetary items?
Karen?
I'm sure this is on everyone's mind, but there is an election in the fall, October 24th. So I guess I don't want to see it come to that last agenda of that, or the last, the agenda of the last meeting, just for everybody's sake.
Good point.
Thanks, Karen.
Okay, so we still need some sort of direction here. And I need some help. I can't do this all on my own. Or do we want to vote on this and decide whether it's what the direction is?
I
Karen,
guess
go
if
ahead.
we vote on it, then we can put a date on it, I suppose. I don't.
You could vote on it, and if it passes, you could provide staff with direction to bring this back for review once the treasurer's in place. And then maybe you can pick your timing around that. Because if it's hard to say, like, if we don't get a treasurer till whenever. Or we could get it all done before Mike goes at the end of May, so.
Mike has nothing else to do, I know.
I know. So that's just a thought. You could have it brought back once there's a treasurer in place, but.
Yeah, and maybe I'm being selfish because I mean, like I said before, if we're going to do it immediately, I'm not going to be supportive. But if it's a longer term thing, I could possibly support it. Go ahead, Sherry.
Yeah, so I'm not expecting Mike to have it completed before he leaves. I don't believe that it is that time sensitive and could support a recommendation similar to what Karen has proposed, that once we have director of finance in place, that maybe we could at least start having some of the conversation. Not the first day that he starts, but in due time.
Well, maybe we could revisit this discussion too in terms of looking at what work plans staff have and what's possible at that stage as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If anybody has any further thoughts, I'm going to call the vote on this otherwise, but now's the time to speak up.
Better call it.
Okay. All right, so we have the recommendation in front of you. We have a mover and a seconder. We've had some discussion, so the tentative idea is to wait to see when the new treasurer is in place before we proceed. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? That's carried. Thank you. So I think with the direction of the staff would be to revisit the timing once we have a new treasurer in place, Karen, for the minutes.
And
Okay,
sorry, Mayor Lennox, I don't believe that there was a motion moved and passed to adopt the minutes of the March 21st meeting,
did I jump right over that?
because we wanted to get to Sherry's notice of motion. So I think we just need to,
Sorry about that. Thank you for catching that, Karen. So we got the minutes of council and public meeting. Sorry about that, folks. Recommendation here that the minutes of the regular meeting of council held on March 21st, 2022 be adopted as circulated. Can I get a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved by Lisa, seconded by Steve. Any questions or comments on those minutes? All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you.
good catch, Kathy. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on to items for consideration. We've got a fairly lengthy list here today, so let's pull out those ones you want to have discussion on. Oh, go ahead, Sherry.
Yeah, so 1F
Okay,
and 3A,
3A, just bear with me a minute.
yeah, no worries.
That's the community development program. Okay, yep.
Yeah. And 3D,
D, the Saugeen Connect.
yes.
Okay,
6A,
6A. That's the school board election sign policy.
yes. And 7D.
7D, the letter
D
from
as in
the,
dog.
thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Any others, Sherry?
I think that's it.
Okay. Anybody else have others?
Probably should have a look at 5B, Mayor.
5, B is
B is
in,
in boy.
okay. Okay. That's the sanitary allocations.
Yes.
Okay. Any others? Lisa, go ahead.
1G.
1G. That's the Parks, Recs, and Leisure Committee. Okay, I'll quickly do a recap here. Okay, so far we have pulled out 1F, 1G, two. No, no.
3A.
3A, 3D, 5B, 6A, and 7D. Any others? Mike, go ahead.
Mayor Lennox, with council's indulgence, I would ask for 6B, just so I can just clarify some information from the report.
6B. Okay, that's the post-pandemic council meeting format.
Correct.
Okay. Any others? Okay, I want to go through this myself. There's a lot of important stuff on here. Okay. Okay, yeah, there's another one here. I should pull out, I think. There's the, I'd like some more information on the red line revision ones. What's that?
So Mayor Lennox,
2D.
2D is a red line revision related to the cache
and
developments. Yeah.
Yeah, 2D and 2E.
And 2E is on London Road.
Yeah. Okay. Any last call for any others? Okay, so we'll deal with everything else. So I have a recommendation here that all items listed under items for consideration on the February 22nd, 2022 council agenda, with the exception of those items identified for separate discussion, be approved and the recommendations therein be adopted. Could I get a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved by Lisa, seconded by Sherry. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. So that brings us back to 1F. That's the Mount Forest Ad Hoc Advisory or Aquatics Ad Hoc Advisory Committee meetings from February 8th and March 1st, 2022. Just before I read the recommendation there, are those the right dates? Because I was reading through some of the stuff in the agenda, and I thought I was confused about dates for a brief period of time. Could be just my own challenge, but just wanted to double check that.
So sorry, you wanted to double check the dates on
The
the
date, is that the right date?
of the Aquatics
February-
Ad Hoc Committee?
Yeah.
There was one on February 8th. And there was one on March 1st.
Okay, and then we've had one more
Yes.
since
April
then.
5th, I think, was the
Yes,
last one.
April the 5th.
Okay, maybe that's where I'm messed up, so sorry about that. Matt, did you have something you wanted to add at this point?
Nope.
Okay, all right, I'll read the recommendation here that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Wellington North receive the minutes of the Mount Forest Aquatics Ad Hoc Advisory Committee meetings held on February 8th, 2022 and March 1st, 2022. Could I get a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved by Sherry. Seconded by Steve. And with that, we'll open the floor for discussion. Go ahead, Sherry.
Yes, so this kind of goes between both sets of meetings and also goes back to the meeting on April the 5th. I first just want to update council on a couple of things that happened with regards to fundraising at the April 5th meeting, because you may see some promotional material out before our next meeting. So at the April 5th meeting, even though the minutes are not attached to it, the committee has decided to proceed with the You've Been Flocked fundraiser. So social media platforms will probably have some advertising on those before we get together again. And we are working with the river to revive the Bubbles, Suds, and Moonshine, an event that the Mount Forest Homecoming did a couple years in a row to raise funds for their event. But I also wanted to just take a moment to speak to some of the things that are happening at committee level. I feel like there's a lot of frustration from the committee, and I get a sense that there's some frustration from staff as well. And I just think to help resolve that issue, and it's discussed in some of the recreation minutes that weren't pulled, that I think to resolve the issue, we need to, as a council, move up the timelines on the design concept. And I've talked to a couple of people on council about some of this already. So I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself to some of you. We need to figure out what the fundraising expectations are. There's some concern from the committee as to who's leading the fundraising efforts. So I think that we as a committee, and it doesn't have to happen today, maybe it's at a future council meeting, but I suggest sooner than later, or maybe we have a joint meeting with Steve and the Recreation Committee to iron out some of these issues. I feel like there is a lot of after conversation that I'm receiving from some members of my committee. And I just think that if we have this discussion, that would alleviate some of those conversations that, because I don't have the answers because we haven't had the discussion as a council as a whole.
Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, and I wanted to have a chat about 1F as well. And I think if we can today, it may be as rec chair, I haven't been pushing the ad hoc committee, which is a part of the rec committee, on this, or maybe perhaps we haven't gave them enough direction as council on their role and actually, and to be honest or candid, what they're fundraising for. And I'd like to set that that straight, I think, today, if we can have that conversation. We have some pricing, I think, on some of the add-ons or amenities that staff, I think, has researched and given us pricing on. And I'd kind of like to set it out straight that council is paying this much for the pool. The fundraising ad hoc committee, just for sake of argument, say there's 3 amenities, they total anywhere between 150 or 250,000. That's what they're fundraising for, and that's it. Some of the bigger ticket items like naming rights for the pool, that's a council issue. I don't want to put that on staff, obviously, or on the ad hoc committee. And I think if we can have a good discussion about setting out where we all are, because time's of the essence. The pool that we have in Mount Forest is on its last legs. I don't want to see this take any more longer, because if the pool, say there was something wrong with it this year and we couldn't open it or never reopen it, and we still haven't decided what we're doing with the new pool, and basically who's paying for what, who's fundraising for what. And again, going back to naming rights and all that kind of stuff, we just have to nail that down. And I'm open to that discussion today. And like I said, maybe myself as rec chair, maybe I should have pushed this a little earlier. I don't know, but there's no time like the present.
Okay. Other questions, comments? Dan, go ahead.
Just to Councillor Burke, Sherry, is you're saying about there's confusion, I guess, is there's just confusion. I guess, where does most of that lie?
Not confusion, Dan, more frustration about, you know, this committee, the Aquatics Committee originally wanted to have the 2 projects attached together. We separated that out. it's been a long time for the committee to wait for the design concept. We do have some conceptual ideas now, but if the committee is waiting until the end of the year for that concept, they feel that it would be easier to promote and have additional fundraisers if we actually had a concept that people could see, as we did with the splash pad. We had the concept ready, we had it posted downtown, you know, people were excited about it. And with the open house, just a few weeks ago, there is a lot of conversation about the pool. So as a fundraising group, we feel that this is the time to continue to have that momentum. I mean, I had a call last night about somebody that wants to know what the landscaping is going to look like. Will we do something similar as we did at the splash pad? And at that, I couldn't answer that question only for the simple fact that the committee has been concentrating on what those enhancements are going to look like. And those have been the discussions. Would the committee be interested in fundraising for outside landscaping features? Probably yes, but we need to nail down sort of the concept first before we bite off more than we can chew.
Gotcha. If I
Go
may,
ahead, Ben.
just one more question. Then again, to you, Sherry, does the fundraising committee, do they have a number that they want to raise? Like, have they sat down? Have you sat down with your group and said, okay, we need $200,000, and that's what we're going to focus on, and that's what we're going to key in on? Or we still really don't know because of the possible add-ons or whatever the case may be? Or is it one of those things where you say, well, we're going to raise $200,000 and that's what we're going to buy is $200,000 worth of add-ons, or 250 or 100,000? Like, is that how does that discussion been going?
We haven't had that discussion as to how much we're prepared to raise, because we have been waiting to see what the design is going to look like. We've had some discussions, and at our committee we always joke about, and Jamie always brings up the idea of this whale tail. So they have several times they've asked to see, you know, what features could we fundraise for? Now we have a conceptual design that have some of those ideas. And until the feedback comes back, we don't necessarily know what the public is interested in. So I would suspect that once that concept is sort of designed, then we can have, you know, a discussion. And we know that if we don't meet the goal to offset all of those enhancements, then they're not going to happen. We understand that.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
I would add too that you know, we've had this policy in place that particularly with recreation projects, that we would replace existing infrastructure and ask the community to fundraise for those things that are enhancements. And that's, I mean, I don't want to say it's easy to figure that out, but it's easier to figure that out for a project like the scale of a splash pad, where it's clearly a new amenity, and almost all of the project qualifies as a community enhancement. This project is quite different from that, in that we already have a pool. We're not going to replace it with the same kind of pool we had today, because I mean, in the 50 plus years that pool's been around, a lot has changed. You know, we have to have it has to be AODA, you know, compliant. It has to, you know, have a whole bunch of things to it that our old pool just doesn't have. And so we're going to struggle to some extent. Well, sorry, let me back up. There's another element of this that makes it very different from the other projects like this that we've done, and that is the scale. You know, we're not talking about a $250,000 splash pad here. We're talking about $5.5 million or in that range. It changes the game, and I think it puts more pressure on us as council to set the stage for what's appropriate for the fundraising committee to do, and what are they willing to do, and what is their expectations. You know, we could name off, as Councillor McCabe suggested, 2 or 3 amenities and come up with a dollar figure and say, here's what you're going to do. But what is the assumption that the ad hoc committee has around those things? Is it to include you know, monies from other municipalities if we were so fortunate as to get that? Is it to include things like naming rights for a building or a change room or an amenity? What's included in that and what's not included in that? Because I think as members of council, if we're going to have a $5.5 million project, let's just say we're going to add $250,000 worth of new amenities. So we're still $5.25 million that we've got to come up with. I think the taxpayers of Wellington North are going to expect us to look for ways to defray some of those costs. So does that mean that we are doing fundraising separately on a larger scale, and the ad hoc committee is doing it on a smaller scale, or are we partnering together to do it all? Like, I think we have to take the leadership and answer some of those questions. And I think it starts at this table. We've got to have the discussion. We got to think about where we want to go, and then we need to engage those stakeholders, whether it be the ad hoc committee members, whether it be the Lions Club. I know the Lions Club has been very engaged in this issue for a long period of time, particularly because the old pool was named Lion Roy Grant Swimming Pool. It's near and dear to their heart. So I think we've got to start having the discussion here about what our expectations are, what we think that we can do, and then maybe we can set the stage for how the other stakeholders in this process participate in it. As in regard to your comment, Sherry, about getting the design to a final, I think we all want to get there and get on with this project. But I do think because this project is so different from the other ones we've done with the splash pads, with the BMX skateboard park, that we really need to be thoughtful about how we approach this, because it's such a different scale and it's not so clear cut what's an amenity, what's an improvement, and what's a replacement of an existing asset. Steve?
Yeah, and through you, Mayor, I think you kind of nailed it on the head. I think, if it's my understanding, the ad hoc committee is hopefully going to fundraise for the add-ons or the amenities or the water features or whatever you want to call it. I think it's up to us as a council at this table to go and talk to the Lions, go and talk to some of the bigger companies in the township and say, hey, even maybe developers, listen, we're building a pool for the future. Hopefully it lasts as long as 50 years as the Roy Grant pool has. There's a lot of developers going to be building homes, young kids. Can they chip in as well? As you said, to defray the cost on the burden of the cost on our residents of Wellington North. I think those conversations are not or should not be placed on the ad hoc committee. Those are conversations that should be placed on council to negotiate with perhaps some bigger, I don't know if you want to call it fundraising or whatever you want to call it. I think those are conversations that we have to have as a council with with companies that could potentially chip in. But I do think that we have to lay out, here's what council and the good taxpayers in Wellington North are paying for on the pool side of things. The ad hoc is, I think you said if it was 250,000 just for sake of argument, that's the number, and let them go at it and get out of their way.
And I think if I can just build on that, Steve, I think we got to be a little bit careful. We need to set the parameters, but I think we also need to be respectful of what the expectations of the people in that group are around what their role is. I mean, they've been our partners through the Splash Pad project. They continue to be raising money out there, actively raising money for this pool. What role do they want to play in it? And I don't know whether you can speak to that at all, Sherry, or not. I'm not looking to put words in anybody's mouth, but go ahead.
So I don't want to speak for the committee itself. I think that this is a great first step. I think this is the first time council as a whole has really sat down and discussed the pool itself, other than the fact when we at budget time, when we passed the dollars for the concept. So I think this is a great first start. Again, I don't want to speak for the committee, and I don't want to say that, you know, we can only raise $250,000, or, you know, we can fundraise for a larger amount. I will say that, you know, for the splash pad, even though it was a smaller amount, we did garner some larger size donations from some of those corporate folks. So I wouldn't want to necessarily shut out the ad hoc committee on doing that as well. But presentations to other municipalities and the Lions Club should definitely have council involvement, whether that's Steve and the mayor and myself, or another representative from recreation, but that would always be shared.
Okay. So how do we keep moving things forward? I guess is where I'm struggling at this point. Go ahead, Sherry.
So again, my intent wasn't to make all of the decisions with regards to this today. My intent was to bring this to the forefront. In knowing what is happening at my committee meetings, and then reading through the recreation committee meetings, that there's discussion, but it sort of seems to be stalled. So if we can keep having these discussions, if it's something that, you know, we need to have a joint meeting, or we need to just have a section at a future council meeting once the surveys are compiled, I'm okay with that. I just want to keep the conversation moving so that frustration levels can be lowered.
Steve, I think I saw your hand up.
Yeah, and thanks, Mayor, and through you. I'm all game for a joint meeting, and maybe that's the best approach. I think it should happen sooner than later. And yeah, now, like, I think we have some pricing for some amenities, and I think we've got to nail down what we as a council are going to do, and and what the ad hoc committee is going to fundraise for. And I think the sooner we do that, the better. Like I said, then we can kind of get out of their way.
Go ahead, Sherry.
So I know that the recreation meeting has been pushed back a week. We do have a scheduled date for, I believe it's May, whatever the first Tuesday is, sorry.
May 10th.
Yours is the 10th. Yeah, so ours, I believe, is the 3rd.
Third, yep.
So if we could get a communication out to push our aquatics committee back a week, would the recreation committee be amendable to having a later meeting? Only because I know a lot of the folks on my committee wouldn't be able to make a 4 o'clock meeting. Most of them work until 5 or 6.
Andy, if I could?
Yep.
So May 10th would be okay, but if we had it at 6:30 or 7, Sherry, would that work?
I would like to put out a communication to the committee members just to make sure. I mean, there's no point if we're not going to have quorum or a full committee to attend. But if I'm just wondering if that's too soon.
I think we've got to get at this.
I'm just trying to find some middle ground.
Yeah, and I think we've got to get at that. Sorry, Andy, through you. I think we've got to get at this. And if you put out a call to your committee, let me know. And then not to pull rank, but I can call a rec meeting whenever.
Right.
So
okay.
Let me know what works best for you guys. And then Councillor Dan and Councillor Milne, and hopefully Andrew, and then staff can join us.
Okay, thank you very much, Steve.
So while we're on this topic, I would just like to ask council for their opinions on this project. I mean, I raised the issue earlier about the fact of the scale of this project, and you know, if we talk about the things that are purely add-ons, we probably could look at everything in the concept and get it for 250,000 or somewhere in that ballpark. Is that enough fundraising for this project? Or do we think the community should provide more money towards a project of this scale? And I'd love to hear your feedback. I know that I'm scheduled to go and speak to the Lions Club at one of their regular meetings later this month. And you know, I'd like to kind of be prepared for that discussion, because I think there will be some questions around the pool issue. Sherry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think my question to, not to answer your question with a question, but my question, I hate doing that, but I guess my question would be, and I think it was Member Millen from the Recreation Committee asked, so if the Lions Club donates, let's just say for fun, $100,000, where does that go? What does that go towards? Does that go towards the ad hoc committee, or does that go towards the municipal portion of it? And I think that's you sort of have to answer that question before you give us a price tag on, because of the scope of work. Because again, as you've alluded to, the splash pad was different. All of the money went into the same pool. No pun intended, sorry. But
come on, Sherry, come on.
All of the money went into the same account to achieve the same goal. Although we're still trying to achieve the same goal, there's an expectation that the ad hoc committee is going to raise X number of dollars, or let's just say the climbing wall doesn't happen. So I think it's sort of dependent on the answer to some of the questions from recreation.
Yeah, and I think that was kind of where I was heading to, Sherry. So Steve, I saw you had your hand up. Maybe you've got the answer for all of us.
Oh, Lord. I don't, but I'll take a stab. I would say any negotiations with the Lions Club or any other service club or any other member or business in Wellington North that wants to donate towards the pool, I think that actually, that money would go towards the capital buy. Free and clear of the fundraising.
I think we're going to struggle to define that because some of the people on the fundraising committee are going to say, hey, wait a minute, you're cutting the legs out from under us. So that's why I was going backwards and I say, what's our expectation? If our expectation is that we're going to stick to the letter of our policy and we're going to only ask for fundraising for those things that are clearly enhancements, it's not a big dollar figure. It's the simplest way to go. But are we prepared to go to the taxpayers and say, hey, you're picking up the rest of it? Because if that's the way we're going to go, that's very simple. It's much easier to give guidance to the fundraising committee and say, here's what you're raising money for. But if that's not what we're comfortable with, then we're going to have to be clear about where the fundraising begins and ends, or we're going to have to engage them as partners to raise a larger dollar amount. And then we're going to have to struggle with this issue of what's it paying for. Matt, I see you've popped up. You really want to get into this discussion?
Through you, Mayor Lennox. No, not really. My only comment was going to be, I think it's different if Southgate or West Gray steps up with a big donation and they want to enter into an agreement like we have with the arena. That's a different conversation than just maybe them throwing $50,000 at it. That's all I was going to say.
Okay. Dan, did I see your hand up as well?
You might have, but I'm going to hold my comments. You got a good eye.
Steve, go ahead.
So I guess my question back to you, Mayor, is what's the difference between a donation and fundraising?
Well, and there may not be any difference, but we've got to if we're going beyond just raising for those things that we call enhancements, then we got to be clear about what the rules are.
I agree, and I think that's why we got to come up with some sort of a number or what amenities are going to be added on to the capital project of the pool itself. And maybe I think it's simpler than it is. I kind of see fundraising as private people giving $5, buying a shirt, buying a brick, buying whatever. Donations, I think, can be from private as well, but I think when it in terms of companies in our community or service clubs, I wouldn't say that's, and I know this is really a gray area, but I see that more as a donation towards something that's going to be in the community for a long time, and that service club, that company within Wellington North wants to be a part of.
Go ahead, Dan.
I tend to maybe disagree with you a little bit on that, Steve. I think if I was going to donate $1,000, let's say, I want that to go. I'm pretty sure that I want that to go to enhancements, rather than the capital cost. And I can see most people and businesses that are going to make donations that's what their feelings will be. Same as the Lions Club. The Lions Club decides to make a significant donation. I think that money, in their eyes, I would suggest should go to enhancements, not to the overall capital cost of the facility.
So then who gets to name it?
Well, maybe we, I guess whoever comes up with the most money.
But is that towards capital or is that towards an enhancement?
Well, the naming is neither, I don't think is neither a capital or an enhancement. It's neither one of those. I think the thing that Sherry's talking about, they're adding features and that type of thing. That's what they're trying to raise the money for. I think it's the responsibility of the municipality to come up with, what the base project is going to cost, and let the fundraising committee do their thing. Approach service clubs, individuals. I've had a couple people approach me about donating money, and I'm sure that that's what they wanted to go towards after seeing some of the, from the public meeting that we had last week. So I don't know, that $1,000 is going to go a lot further on an enhancement than it is to a capital cost.
Okay. So I hate being the devil's advocate, but I'm going to be the devil's advocate again. So is let's say the clearly defined enhancements that we got in the works here amount to $250,000. Is that enough fundraising for a project of this scale? Are we happy with that? Sherry, go ahead.
So I would suggest that it's probably going to be more than that, because one of the things that we heard a lot at the committee or at the open house, and I brought forward at the last committee meeting, was the fact that none of the concepts have enough swim lanes. And not just for the lap swim that individuals enjoy, but also because of the fact that it wouldn't meet requirements to have swim meets. So I would also learned through several individuals that we don't have the starting blocks, removable starting blocks to do that. So that's something that isn't even in the conceptual designs that the fundraising committee seemed, sort of interested in fundraising dollars for. So we don't even have a price on that, but I would suspect that they're not cheap either. So I don't want to say how much the committee needs to raise, but that's in addition to some of the prices that we've already seen.
So, look at how confused the discussion of ours is. Imagine how the ad hoc advisory committee feels about fundraising. We've got to get this to, somehow we got to get this to a decision at this table before we can, give them meaningful guidance. And I think we have to have maybe it's not today, but we got to keep this pot boiling, so to speak, to get to a result, because to figure out, we've got to set the terms as what we expect to be fundraised. And it's not going to be as black and white as it was with the splash pads. It's going to be muddier, unfortunately. And we're going to have to defend whatever line in the sand we choose. So, Steve?
So to muddy it even further, say the target is 250, just for sake of argument. And the committee, as good as they are, raise 350,000. where does that extra 100,000 go? And I hope we have
Sherry's
that
got it.
problem, Sherry.
Sherry looks like she's got an answer.
Okay,
If our goal, Steve, is 250,000 and we raise another 100 or 150,000, the committee isn't going to Jamaica. We will, that money will go towards if that covers all our costs, anything extra. As I said, we haven't even talked about landscape features. What's the landscape gonna look like? So that's why I say, I think 250,000 might be a little low, but we haven't even had that conversation. So anything over and above the target that's set for us would go to capital costs. Once we realized what exact amenities we're raising funds for.
Yeah, the big problem that I see is if we've been using 250,000 as a discussion point. If we're raising 250 to 500,000 per se as a goal, you know, that's not that far off of what's been accomplished with the splash pad. If we as council say, oh, wait a minute, no, that's not enough fundraising for this project because of the scale of it, but we want 1,250,000. It's a totally different scale of fundraising, and you may need different tools to be able to fundraise that. You know, things like naming rights and those types of things that Steve spoke about. So we got to really nail down what is the scale of our expectation around fundraising. If it's strictly amenities, then yeah, we're probably talking 250 to 500,000. If our expectation around fundraising is to bring some money towards the capital cost, it could be a different scale, and we need to use different tools to get there. And I just think we need to be really clear about what our expectations are before we say to the fundraising committee, here's your goal. We don't want to change this partway down the track. We wanted everybody to know what they're playing for at the beginning. And maybe I'm not reading the room very well, but I'm not seeing a consensus forming around what that scale should be at this point. And maybe that's something we need to take away and revisit. Steve, go ahead.
I was going to say, maybe that's something we need to kind of chew on and then come back on whether it's the 10th or the 11th or the 18th of May with the ad hoc committee as well, and the rec council or the rec committee together.
Well, you know, and I think they're absolutely there are partners in this project, but I mean, okay, let me be blunt about it. Are we satisfied to accept fundraising for only those amenities that are new, you know, in that $250,000 to $500,000 range? Are we satisfied that the taxpayer is going to pick up the rest of the tab? Because if it's that kind of scale, it's a lot different than if it's a different scale. Lisa?
No, I don't think that I am. I mean, just with the large scale of it, and, you know, things like naming rights and stuff like that, I think should go back to the capital cost of the replacement for such a large scale.
Okay. Dan, you look like you got a thought brewing.
I do, but I'm gonna hold on to it for now. This has been a long, drawn out conversation. I'm not sure we're much further ahead than where we started.
I'm not sure we are. I'm just trying to find a way to get us there.
Yeah, I know.
Anybody else have thoughts about this, or do we need to revisit this another day? Dan, go ahead.
Well, I think if we're gonna have a meeting with the rec committee and the ad hoc committee, I think we need to push that. That needs to go as soon as possible. And let's get all the cards on the table and let's go from there.
Okay, Steve?
And going, I think, in the same vein that Councillor Yake is going down, I think we gotta wait and hear back from what the survey tells us. The survey might say, you know what, we don't want a pool. And then the conversation is completely done and over with. I don't think that's the way it's going to go, but I of course want to hear what the ad hoc committee says and what our rec committee says. But most importantly, I want to hear what the people of Wellington North say as well. I want to know what they would like to see in a pool.
Okay. Lisa, I think I saw your hand pop up too.
I don't actually remember what I was going to say, other than I don't think we're going to accomplish anything today. So I looping back around through recreation is probably the best. And like Councillor McCabe said, we haven't heard anything back from the surveys yet. So it's kind of it's a lot harder to make a decision.
Okay. Okay. I guess I think we've come to an end of the discussion at this point. I would just caution that the longer we delay making these kind of decisions, the longer it delays the getting to where we want to go. Steve, did you have something further you want to add?
Just when you said that the longer it takes, and that's true, but we do have to hear back from the public.
Oh, absolutely. I just mean that we as a council are going to have to set some direction for everybody to work with, and that's the part that I'm most worried about in terms of us holding up the process to get to that. Okay, if there's nothing further, then I'll call the motion on. Did I get a mover and a seconder for this, Karen?
Karen's
Just a
still
sec.
with us?
Yeah, I am. Kathy, was there a mover and seconder for that?
Yes,
Sherry
it
and Dan.
was. Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're receiving those minutes. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. We'll move on to item G, Recreation Parks and Leisure Committee, March 8th, 2022. There is a number of recommendations that came out of that meeting. Did I get them? I'm going to ask for a mover and seconder for, we'll do same mover and seconder for all of them, and then we'll go through them one at a time for the vote purposes. So could I have a mover and a seconder for those? Moved by Steve, seconded by Lisa. Okay, so we'll start with the first recommendation here, that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Wellington North receive the minutes of the Recreation Parks and Leisure Committee meeting held on March 8th, 2022. Any questions or comments specifically with those minutes? Lisa, go ahead.
I'll keep it short. The only reason that I pulled it is that I was listed as a guest, and so was Al Rollins, and I was not at that meeting. I was at the February meeting.
Okay.
That was it.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Sherry, go ahead.
Yeah, so just for clarification, it's noted in there that there's proposed renovation to the Mount Forest Sports Complex for additional office space. I'm just wondering why we need more office space. Who that's?
I can jump in. I think Mike or Tom probably can answer that, Mayor. Sorry, not to usurp you, sorry.
That's okay. Mike has already volunteered, so I'm gonna let him have a crack at it.
Well, I was going to point it to Councillor McCabe. No, I wasn't. That's outside my job description. Yeah, Councillor Burke, we're running out of space to keep staff as it relates to within Kenilworth. So we're looking to better utilize our existing space at places like the Mount Forest Sports Complex. We've got more staff who are currently still working from home because they don't have a designated office space. So we'd like to get them back in environments. And we anticipate that as our community continues to grow, we're going to require more staff, so more office space. And there's really not opportunity for expansion in Kenilworth. So we're looking at our existing spaces as opposed to coming to council with a, let's say, $6 million administrative building in Kenilworth. We think this is a much more efficient manner to utilize existing spaces, and thankfully the Recreation Committee's been supportive of that.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, all those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. We'll move on to the next recommendation. That the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Wellington North, as recommended by the Recreation, Parks and Leisure Committee, award the ice resurfacer project to Resurface Corp. At a cost of $92,000 plus applicable taxes. And further, the Council of the Township of Wellington North authorize the Director of Operations or their designate to sign any necessary agreements in order to make this purchase. And further, that the Council of the Township of Wellington North waive the requirement for a competitive process as detailed within the Township's purchasing and procurement policy. Okay, questions or comments? Okay, all those in favor? That's carried. And the next recommendation here is that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Wellington North, as recommended by the Recreation, Parks and Leisure Committee, direct staff to create a new full-time permanent role within recreation with duties including landscaping, trail maintenance, and arena coverage, and begin recruitment immediately. Any questions or comments in regard to that recommendation? Okay, all those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Okay. We're on to 3A, I believe. This is the grants and donations. I have a recommendation here that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Wellington North received report EDO 2022-12, being a report on the grants and donations community development program. Can I get a mover and a seconder for that, please?
Mayor Lennox, sorry to interrupt, but I think you had identified 2D and E.
Oh, you're probably right.
Those are the red line, yeah, versions, yeah.
So, okay, well, we'll go back to those. Sorry about that, folks. It's, I'm really dropping the ball today. So we'll go back to 2D. This is the red line revision for Cachet and Arthur. The recommendation is that follows, that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Wellington North receive the planning report prepared by Matthew Daou, planner, County of Wellington, dated April 5th, 2022, regarding red line revision draft approved plan of subdivision 23T 20202 at 321 Donville Street in Arthur for Cachet Developments. Can I get a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved by Lisa, seconded by Steve. Any questions or comments in regard to that? I just had a question with regard, just wanted clarification about what's precipitated the red line revision in this particular case. Matthew?
Yes, through you, Chair. So it was a minor revision. Ultimately, they found an additional lot. If you want to refer to my report, figure 2, sorry, I don't have the exact page in your package, but figure 2 of my report sort of paints a great picture of that. So they, like I said, they found an additional lot between lots 90 to 110. So one additional lot has been added, as well as they've removed a pipe easement from what is it? It's about approximately 6 lots. And they've added a servicing easement as well. So like I said, a fairly minor red line revision, but nonetheless for you today.
Okay, there's no other impacts on servicing requirements for those minor changes?
Not to my knowledge. Like I said, the only potential impact, I suppose, would be the additional lot. But like I said, it's one lot. So in the grand scheme of things, it's, I suppose, a fairly minor addition.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, all those in favor? That's carried. And we have a follow-up recommendation from that council support the red line revision draft approved plan of subdivision for 23T 20202 at 321 Donville Street, Arthur, for Cache Developments. Could I get a mover and a seconder for that one, please? Moved by Dan, seconded by Steve. Any questions or comments on that? All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Move on to item E. This is in regard to another red line revision, this time in Mount Forest. And the recommendation is that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Wellington North receive the planning report prepared by Matthew Gaou, planner, County of Wellington, dated April 6, 2022, regarding red line revision draft approved plan of subdivision 23T 18004, London Road North, Mount Forest, for 257457 Ontario Inc. Brad Wilson. Could I get a mover and a seconder for that, please? Sherry and Dan. Okay. Any questions or comments on that one? Okay, Matthew, I've got the same 2 questions for this one. Just if you could just quickly go over why we're dealing with this one here, and then if there's any implications from servicing or further development around it.
Sure, no problem. Through you, Chair. So the major changes here is the removal of a 33-unit apartment block from basically the portion closest to London Road. Let's call it southeast portion of the lot. Like I said, I think the developer is interested in perhaps moving forward with that development ahead of the entirety of the subdivision. The other notable change is the future development block. So again, if you refer to figure 2 in my report, this has actually been before council as well, and they've requested a minor variance for that for a semi to be on that future development block. So that's the other notable change. And like I said, the only other thing is through these changes, it's decreased the number of residential lots within the original draft approved subdivision from 60 lots to, or sorry, 60 units to 29. So those, like I said, those are the most notable changes. In terms of servicing, like I said, to my knowledge, the developer is anticipating moving forward with that apartment block in, I suppose, the first stages of development. And at later stages would be the continuation of the red line, the sort of draft approved section, if you will. So that's to date, that's the knowledge that I have. So hopefully that answers the servicing component.
Okay, yeah, and just if I can follow up on that. Normally when we're talking about plans of subdivision, we deal with servicing, and one that often comes up is stormwater management in the entire block. Is stormwater management and those types of things being dealt with in the same manner as if that apartment block were still part of the draft plan?
Yes, so that's correct. Through you, Chair, again. We're working with township staff to address conditions as it relates to stormwater management and servicing. Like I said, we're working with staff to address that within the conditions. So we're well aware that perhaps it might not be the most ideal situation to go about things, but nonetheless, we're looking after things through those conditions.
Okay. Matt, I see you popped up.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Lennox. I would suggest that servicing and stormwater management for this site is going to be more involved for the developer. If this consent goes through, it would be much more favorable if the plan of subdivision goes through prior to this consent. This consent is going to have the township entering lots of agreements related to providing servicing across private property. But it can be done. It's just, I'm not sure it's an efficient use of everyone's time.
So if that's the case, I trust that our fee structure will be helping us recoup those additional costs through this situation. Any other questions or comments? Mike?
Just to follow up on your comment, Mayor Lennox, yeah, it overly complicates the situation. And yes, we do collect fees associated with that. And to Matthew's original comment, for whatever reason, the developer wants to proceed with the apartment building on its own, which does not make things easier from a servicing standpoint. It complicates things. He's going to have to design for basically the entire property, no matter what. So I don't know what the advantage is. I'm not a planner. I don't know what the real advantage is for him to separate this, but I don't think he's going to get away from having to design the entirety of the property, including stormwater, including sanitary connection, including water connection. So I don't really understand it from my end, but clearly he thinks it's the best route, the developer.
So this might be one of those cases where giving the customer what they want may not really be what they want. Okay, thank you for that, Matthew.
Yes, if I can add one more thing, just to clarify to Matt's point there, the severance has gone through the land division committee, so it is conditionally approved. So just want to clarify that point as well.
But we're going to end up with 2 development agreements or 2 subdivision agreements, site plan, the whole thing's duplicated here, right?
Yes, so as through you, Chair, as I mentioned, unfortunately, it's not the most ideal situation. But like Mike said, it's the route they're willing to take. So
okay. Thank you for all that explanation. Any other questions or comments? Okay. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And we have the other recommendation that council support the red line revision draft approved plan of subdivision for 23T 18004 London Road North, Mount Forest for 2574574 Ontario Inc. Brad Wilson. Could I get a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved by Steve, seconded by Lisa. Any further discussion? All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Sorry, we'll move on to the where I started to go before, the grants and donations. And the recommendation here that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Wellington North receive report EDO 2022-12 being a report on the grants and donations community development program. I started down this path. Did I get a mover and a seconder for this one? No?
Nope, I think so.
Hey, could I get one? Moved by Sherry, seconded by Dan. All right, thank you. And with that, we'll open the floor for discussion. Sherry, I think you wanted to speak to this one.
So I just wanted to thank staff for compiling the list again this year. And it looks like Wellington North is going to have lots of great events planned by many dedicated volunteers. It's been a long time in coming, and I think that a lot of the folks that I've spoke to that are planning events are quite eager and hope that everybody will come out and engage in what they have to offer for the community. So just wanted to highlight that, and also say that the recommendation with regards to the COVID recovery fund, I think to offset the shortfall is a good use of those dollars to help with these events.
Thanks, Sherry. I would agree with that. Any other questions or comments? I did have another comment I wanted to include, but I think I'll include it in the next recommendation here. It does relate to this, so I'll first call this first recommendation. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And we have a second recommendation here that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Wellington North, in recognition of the important role that not-for-profit organizations and community groups play in our municipality, approve the recommendation to advance $44,000, $564.99 in grants to a total of 31 organizations as outlined in report EDO 2022-012. Could I get a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved by Sherry, seconded by Lisa. Any discussion on that? It's just me, I guess. I was wondering if we could add something to this list. I know it's kind of the 11th hour, but there's vaccine clinics now starting back up across the community. And I know that the public health and cooperation with the county, we're looking to host more vaccination clinics at some of our facilities, and we're looking for a fee waiver to support that. I think that's a good thing for us to support such a fee waiver, and I would look for council's support to do that as well. Sherry?
Yeah, I would support that, Mayor Lennox.
You too.
From Dale, I see you popped up there.
I just wanted to turn my camera on and say hi.
Oh, hi, Dale.
And also just to reinforce that, yes, we could very legitimately include that in under the COVID funds as well, obviously. So if council were to approve that, we could work with public health in terms of how many waivers they'd be looking for.
Okay. From a procedural perspective, Karen, do we need to amend?
Well, we've got, it can just be a friendly amendment and just add another clause and further that, like how many are you proposing? How many how many rentals are they needing?
I don't have that answer. I know that they were looking to book some recently and didn't want to pay the fee, I guess is what it boils down to. And I guess I'm sympathetic to that. So I don't have that answer.
Is there a limit on how, so I guess you could say in this resolution, like, are you going to limit them or it's going to be endless or 5 free rentals, or should we get some more information on that and just bring a quick report back to the next council for approval?
That's probably the most prudent way to go, isn't it?
And then we don't find out that they're going to need it for the next 5 years and we.
Yeah, no, I think that sounds like a good idea. Dale, go ahead.
Yeah, Mayor Lennox, through you. So that's probably a good process. And in fact, we did that last year. We brought a second report later on in the year to get some post approvals for a couple, but some pre-approvals for others. So we can do that again, recognizing that council's supportive of us moving forward with the vaccination clinics. We'll get that information and then bring a report back to council later in the year, just to let you know how much it was.
Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
So we're just going to amend, we're just going to approve the resolution as is.
I think so, yeah. Okay. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you.
And then we'll just put in the minutes and staff be directed to work with the public health and the county on, waiving fees for vaccination clinics and to bring a report to a future meeting of council.
Yeah, sounds good. Okay, we're on to item 3D. This is the Saugeen Connect media release. So a recommendation here that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Wellington North receive the Saugeen Connect media release April 4th, 2022. Saugeen Connect launches third annual summer startup program, a chance for youth to receive grants and to try entrepreneurship. Could I get a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved by Sherry, seconded by Lisa. And with that, we'll open the discussion. Go ahead, Sherry.
So I didn't really have any questions. I just wanted to make a comment that the third annual summer student startup program, we had little opportunity to highlight events for youth. So I just wanted to highlight the event or the program and hope that some students within Wellington North partake. And I don't know, Dale, if you had anything that you wanted to add further to that. How many applications, Dale, just offhand, do you think that go through Wellington North?
Through you, Mayor Lennox, I believe last year we had 6 students, Councillor Burke, out of the 51. I think I don't have it in front of me, but whatever the number was last year across the entire Saugeen region, about 6 of them were from Wellington North students. So hopefully we would have a similar number, if not more, this year. We've already reached out through the school board to all the schools. We're obviously not going in there to do presentations, but we're hoping that at least the brochure gets into the hands of the grade 6 through 8 students. That's typically the ones that take advantage of this program. So those are the ones that we're really focused on.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, all those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. So now I'll move on to 5B. This is in regard to the sanitary sewer allocations. And we got a couple different options here. Before I put a recommendation, read a recommendation and put it on the floor, I'm going to bend the rules a little bit with council's indulgence and just open the floor for any discussion on this, because there is a couple of options here, and see what kind of feedback we have or where we might want to go with it. So this is just in regard to the report on sewage allocation, which recommends 59 units be allocated to Cache Developments in Arthur and 75 units allocated to Deer Ridge Heights in Mount Forest, and 10 to the building department for infill lots within Arthur. So Karen?
And there is a representative of Cache in the gallery. If you have any questions for them, I can move them into the meeting.
Okay, thank you. So why don't I just throw the floor open for any discussion that anybody has in regard to this? I see Matt, you've popped up there. Did you have anything you wanted to add before we get rolling here?
Yep, no, just that I'm through you, Mayor, available for questions.
Okay. Steve, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor, and through you. I'm not opposed to this at all. I guess I have one question that might lead to a few more, and you wanted to open the discussion, Mayor, so I guess we'll start this way. The amount that is set aside for Cache for this year, how far does that get them down the road with all of the development that is proposed for that location?
Mike?
So through you, Mayor Lennox, last year council awarded 39 units to Cache. This year's proposal or the report recommends the 59. And as council would have saw with the red line that was just approved, they're looking for a total of 197 units. So 39 plus the 59 leaves them 99 additional units that they'd be looking for over the life of the subdivision. That's not the right term, but
I'm actually kind of glad you used that term, the life of the development, because that makes me ask another question if I can carry on, Mayor.
Go ahead, Steve.
I know we have a policy of 15% of what's left in the wastewater treatment allocations in Arthur. My question is, how long do we want the life of this development at Cache to go on? Is there an appetite to open up more allocations for them to, and barring a used term, just get in and get out, get all the houses thrown up, kind of get in and get out and be done inside of 2 years, instead of dragging it out for a number of years?
So somebody asked me the question, Steve, so I'm going to ask you the question. Was that a real question or a rhetorical question?
That was me that asked that. I think it could be a real question. We laid out this policy a number of years ago, before we had any hint of a big developer coming to Wellington North and to Arthur. I think it opened my eyes for sure. And are we holding back for the sake of holding back, or like these houses are going to be built regardless? Do we drag out the life of the development, or do we say, okay, not that I want to give them all out all at once, but is there a way, I guess, is there a way that we can get this done quickly and more less painless than dragging it out and having an open development for another 5 years? I know we have some allotments that people have been sitting on, and that doesn't do our township any good either. And the more houses that we get built and start using our infrastructure, and not that I'm money hungry or anything like that, but there's a bigger tax base that gets in. So do we, I know, like I said, we have this policy of 15% in place right now, but it's a policy. Do we amend it with conditions? If we want to get Cache in and out in a shorter period of time than what they might be in for right now. I just wonder if there's a conversation that we can have at this table for this situation.
Anybody want to address Steve's question?
If I
Don't
could,
everybody jump.
sorry, the representative for Cache has raised their hand. With your permission, I would move them into the meeting.
Okay.
Excuse me.
So Ramsey, you just need to unmute yourself and put there we go. Thank you.
Karen. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you today. I just want to start off by thanking staff for all the work they've been doing to help facilitate this application, this project. We're very grateful to be building in the Township of Wellington North. I guess I'll start by saying each of these units of allocation represent a future homeowner to us. They're not just units of allocation that we're requesting to sit on a shelf. They really do represent a home for a family that we intend to build. We've made significant commitments, financial commitments to the township to help advance the project, I think for the betterment of the existing community and hopefully our future homeowners as well. We've posted significant financial securities. We've commenced the underground servicing and the earthworks for the project. We've been working very closely with staff to try to, mitigate the impact. And there always are, are adverse impacts when you're dealing with construction. And so Councillor McCabe's comments do resonate with me. Construction is like a Band-Aid. You can kind of remove it slowly and painfully, or you can rip it off and be done with it as quickly as we can. I know Mike's laughing because I've used that analogy several times, but it is very much our intention to minimize the disruption to the community and integrate these homeowners into the community as quickly as possible. And while we are very grateful for the 59 units that have been granted to us or are requested to be granted to us, we do wish to try to gain additional certainty with respect to the, I guess it's, was it 98 units, Mike, or so? 39 plus 15, 98, 99, I think is the right number.
Correct.
We are looking to gain additional certainty with respect to that, and we are prepared to make whatever additional commitments are necessary. I know we're speaking about even making the improvements to Preston Street this year versus 2023 when it's currently slated in the capital works budget. So we're working with staff to do what's necessary to kind of minimize the disruption. High level of thinking as it relates to the schedule right now is to try to get the community fully serviced by late this summer, building permits late this summer, and try to be substantially complete with construction by this time 2024, which would require us to receive all of the allocation between this council meeting and the April 2023 council meeting. So I guess the request as it relates to the current policy that's in place and only being able to request 15% of the available units, which is roughly, I guess, 15% of 391, which is where the 59 units come from. It's our position that 15% is a bit arbitrary in nature. And in this case, it would make more practical sense to try to allocate perhaps a greater portion of those, I guess, 158 units that remain outstanding. Not sure if I answered your question there, Councillor, but I'm happy to keep the discussion going and answer any more questions that any other councillors may have as well.
Okay, thanks, Ramsey. We'll see if members of council have any questions for you before we get back to our discussion, but thank you for that context.
Sure.
Any questions for Ramsey before we get back to the heart of the matter here? Okay, go ahead, Dan.
I understand Steve's concerns, and I understand certainly your comments, Ramsey. But this discussion should have happened 6 months ago, rather than at the 12th hour here, 11th hour. I can understand, to get it done and get it completed and move on, but to change the policy and amend it kind of on the fly is, especially when we know that Cache needs many more units. I just find it a little tough to just do it right, try to make that decision right here today. That's all.
Okay. Ramsey, did you want to respond to that?
Yes, through you, your mayor. Councillor, we've been having the discussions now for over the past year with respect to this policy. And we wanted to be respectful of staff and council and do our part before coming back and asking for an amendment to the policy. It's also very difficult. Some of these variables are outside of our control as it relates to the market demand for housing and so forth. We've seen over the last 2 years, over the course of the pandemic, there's a significant increase in demand for housing in suburban markets like Arthur and like the Township of Wellington North. And therefore, before we came back to council to ask for this amendment to the policy, we wanted to be respectful in a sense where we did our part. We were able to work with our bank to secure the financial securities to proceed with the entire site and not phase it, which we're currently doing. We've commenced servicing. We've went to the market and sold housing units to third-party homeowners that are looking forward to moving in. So while I was prepared to have the discussion last April, we didn't think it was the appropriate time, and I agreed with with the township at that time, staff, that it wasn't the appropriate time to come back and ask for this amendment. But I do believe now is the right time to do that. And we're not looking for the balance of the units to be granted, but we are looking for a greater allocation than the 59 that has been proposed.
Okay. Thanks, Ramsey. I don't want us to get into a debate, but I do appreciate the support you bring to the conversation, but I think we're going to try to keep it confined to council discussion at this point. Did someone else have their hand up? Want to weigh in on some of this? So this situation presents us with a challenge with regard to our policy. I think that's been identified already. We have a policy in place to try to control the pace of growth in our communities for a number of reasons. One being to make sure that our infrastructure gets built and implemented in a timely way that we can manage. We're faced with a pace of growth now like nothing we've ever seen before, and our pace of infrastructure investment to support that growth is going to take on new levels that we've never seen before. And so we do need to have some control over the rate of growth to try to manage some of that. We also, I know one of my concerns is that we have time for new residents to integrate into our community and become part of the community. I don't want people to just move here and live here, go to sleep here. I want them to become part of the community. I want this to be a whole community-wide thing where people become involved in their community and take ownership of their community as we do. This situation throws a new element into it in that we've really never dealt with before, and that's a development of this scale that could be built out quickly. So how do we deal with that? We're trying to balance controlling the rate of growth for good reasons for our community, and at the same time trying to minimize disruption for our existing residents and those new ones who may be coming to our community. And I'm sure we're going to face more questions like this in the future, because we're seeing property changing hands that is potential for development that tends to be on larger scale than we've seen in the past. I'm not prepared to walk away from the goal of trying to restrain the rate of growth in our community, because I think it's good for our municipality and it's good for the people that live here. But at the same time, we've got to find a way to try to minimize the disruption. And maybe the tool we have is not commonly used by municipalities. In fact, I haven't run across another municipality yet that has used this particular tool. Perhaps there's other tools that we could use to help limit the growth and find ways to kind of deal with this scale and minimizing disruption. So I don't think we, to your point, Dan, yeah, we don't want to be making up policy on the fly. I totally agree with that. But the question I think really is, I mean, we can grant Cache another 59 units, and that's going to get them pretty close to halfway. Are we prepared to have any conversation about the policy? Are we prepared to look at different ways to limit growth and still be able to accommodate organizations like Cache going forward? I think those are important questions for us to ask. I think I'm open to talking about different ways to restrain growth because I can see the potential drawbacks to, take a project like this, we drag it out at 15% per year. It's 59 units this year. It's going to be less than 59 units next year. And the year after that, it's going to be less again. We're into this 3 or 4 or 5 years. And on the other hand, we have allocations we've granted to other developments that are sitting on them. That's really not helping us manage the infrastructure in our community. So I think we need to find new ways to stage the growth. And yeah, I'm open to discussing a way to forward, but like I say, I'm not prepared to walk away from, turning it all loose and going first come, first serve. We're going to allocate it all in one fell swoop. I'm not really on board with that. But I'd love to hear what each of you feel about it. Sherry?
Yeah, so I would agree with the comments that have been made here. I think that maybe there are other ways that we can potentially control growth. But at this time, I would support the first motion that we get Cache to the halfway point and have further discussion on the policy. Whether that makes changes or whether we just have further discussion on it, I'm not sure, but I think halfway in the short period of time is pretty good for their development. They may not see it that way, but I think, and I would also like to have further discussion on some of those folks that are sitting on units and how we can move either that forward or put those back into allocation units for somebody else.
Steve?
Thanks, Mayor, and through you. So, Jerry, just maybe think, which is good, the people that are sitting on allocations, and I like the idea of having a time limit on allocations for sure. Would they lose their allocations or would they go to the kind of the bottom of the list, or like, what are you thinking? I like your idea.
So I'm not exactly sure what the current policy is. I see there's timeframes on it, and maybe Darren can answer that question, but I think that needs to be a part of the discussion. If you've been sitting on allocation for 2 or 4 years and have done nothing with it, then maybe it's time to give those allocations to somebody else. But I don't know how we go about that.
Darren?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so some of those allocations that haven't been utilized yet, there was timelines associated with those. About 2 years left for them to start working on that. But after those expire, they do absolutely go back into the pot. And if those developers want to proceed, they'll have to reapply the same as everybody else.
Thank you, Darren.
Any other comments, questions? I'm going to go to Dan first and then you again, Steve.
I was just going to maybe ask Darren then, so how many do we have that are that have been out there for a while and that are, we're maybe looking at having them reapply? And don't they have to be once they get their allotments, don't they have to get to a certain stage before they don't get clawed back?
I don't have the exact numbers right in front of me, but we do have a townhouse development with 37 or 39 units, and then a subdivision with within about the same amount of units that, yeah, there's about 2 years left on those allocation agreements, roughly 2 years. But the allocations are tied to building permits, I believe, through the agreement in our new process.
Okay.
Other questions, comments?
I was going to. Thanks,
Sorry,
Andy.
I did say I was going back to you, didn't I, Steve?
Yeah, no, and that's fine. That's good. Thank you. So where does that leave us with Cache right now? Are we leaving them at the I think it's 59 for this year, or what?
What would you propose, Steve?
I'm not against amending the policy at all, and like you said, we and like I said earlier, like this is the first time we've had a crack at something, subdivision of this size. Not that it's arbitrary or not, but if we help them out, could we go 80 this year and then see where we are in 2023?
So are you proposing that as an amendment to this motion, Steve? Or is that what your intent is?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay, would we have a seconder for that? Lisa, did you want to talk, comment, or want to second that?
I could second it and I could talk because that's exactly what I had written down here when I figured out the number of allotments that they needed left in order to have it completed within a reasonable time frame. Wondering whether we could even handle another 21 units staff wise and everything else. But yeah, I could second that.
So it raises a great question. Do we have the capacity to deal with this volume of building permits at once?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think with our staff that we've got now, I think we can accommodate it. When it's a bit different when it's in one subdivision as opposed to 3 or 4 subdivisions, there's a lot of similarities with dealing with one subdivision.
Okay. Mike?
Mayor Lennox, just another quick point as we're speaking about Cache, and we've talked about this on different topics today about looking at each of these individually, which policy doesn't necessarily allow for sometimes. But Cache in this instance is not just the developer, they're also the builder. So to Darren's point, you're dealing with, instead of dealing with multiple different builders who may have different processes as it relates to getting permits and inspections and things of that nature, there will be some fluidity in the fact that we're dealing with a single group that does allow for some capacity. And it is unique in that circumstance in that, yeah, lots of times a developer will outsource the actual construction of the homes to multiple builders that can sometimes complicate things. That's not Cache's process or their intent. At least that's what they've shared with us to this point, that they will deal with it entirely. And our concerns around, the pains associated with growth, which we think, again, not to focus on that. We do have a good relationship with Cache. If there are pains, we know who to pick up the phone and contact to address those pains with. That's another factor that staff has talked about and looked at as well. So yeah, it just a few unique factors, I guess, that are in play.
Okay. Okay, let me just.
So there was no mover and seconder to start with on,
No, I know that.
Yep.
I'm just trying to figure out the best way forward here. Okay, so there's been two options presented in the agenda here. The second option really includes letting developers who have submitted applications but not been granted to come before council. Does anyone want to pursue that at this point?
you could handle that as a separate resolution if you wanted to. So
Okay.
vote on the first
right.
part, yeah.
All right, let's deal with the first part then, and we'll try to hammer this out. So the recommendation is as follows: that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Wellington North receive report Ops 2022-11, being a report on the 2022 sanitary allocations, and further the council review and adopt the 2022 reserve capacity calculations for Arthur and Mount Forest as prepared by Triton Engineering Services Limited, dated April 4th, 2022. And further, the council directs staff to work towards entering a sewage allocation agreement with the following developers in Wellington North: Cache Developments Arthur Inc., 59 units, Deer Ridge Heights Inc., 75 units, and further, the council award 10 units of sewage allocation to the building department for distribution for infill lots within Arthur. And further, the council award 0 units of sewage allocation to the building department for distribution during the next year for infill lots within Mount Forest. And further, the council authorized the mayor and clerk to sign a bylaw to enter into the agreements. And further, the council directs staff to submit a copy of this resolution, copies of the reports prepared by Triton Engineering Services Limited, and the resolution from this report to the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. Could I get a mover and a seconder for all that? Sherry, mover, could I get a seconder, please? I need somebody to second this so we can.
I'll second it
officially-
just to start talking about it.
Officially. Okay, seconded by Steve. And then you wanted to propose an amendment, Steve, that Cache be granted how many units? Did you say 80?
Yeah.
80
Okay.
in total, or an additional 80 over the 59?
80 this year, so another, I guess, what is that? 21?
21.
An additional 21.
Okay, and Lisa was prepared to second that. So let's fine tune the discussion around that.
I'm all right with
Questions? Dan, go ahead.
I think if we're gonna amend it, which it looks like we are, we might as well give them all to them. In this year and next year. Steve, you said it, get them in and get them out.
And I love that, Dan, I really do. Sorry, Andy.
So just do it. Peel the Band-Aid off, peel the Band-Aid and let's go.
I'm very okay with that as well.
Thanks, Dan. Any other comments, questions?
You can't watch that here.
So Dan, are you suggesting a further amendment to this? Or?
Yeah. I'm all or nothing.
Okay.
Oh. I'm just going back to what Steve said in his opening comments. That this can drag on, or we can do it and we can pull the Band-Aid off and we can move forward. Because we're gonna do it, we're gonna have to do it again at some point in time. It's gonna be each development is gonna be a different scenario altogether. So I'm prepared to
Half
go
now and half next
all
year,
or nothing.
Dan? Is that what you're thinking?
Sorry, Steve?
Sorry, half now and half next year, or what are you
What-
thinking?
Yeah, whatever whatever gets them to what they need for next year. Or all of them right now.
Okay.
Just something to chew on.
Thanks, Dan. Now I gotta figure out how I'm gonna handle this procedurally.
Sorry,
that's okay.
I didn't mean to complicate it.
No, that's okay. That's my problem, Dan. I just see if there's any further discussion. Maybe we'll come back to that amendment. Lisa or Sherry, do you have thoughts about what's under discussion here? Go ahead, Lisa, and then I'll get to you, Sherry.
Fine.
I'm not super comfortable with just pulling the Band-Aid right off. I'm not sure that either we or our community can handle that, but I am amenable to half and half, like half this year and half, so 80 this year, 80 next year, to have that complete.
Okay, Sherry?
Yeah, as I've already previously stated, I was happy with the way the recommendation read, so, and then have further discussions with regards to the policy. I can appreciate that we need to rip the Band-Aid off, but I think we have policies in place for reasons, and sometimes they need to be reviewed, but not on the fly.
Okay. I certainly agree with you, Sherry, that we need to look at our, if we're going to go down, entertain this at all, we need to look at our policy generally and see how we can continue to contain or schedule or plan development in our community that we can sustain it. And I'm also sympathetic to the ripping the Band-Aid off thing, but the question is, do we rip the Band-Aid off and tear off the whole arm while we're doing it? So, okay, now let me think about this for a second. So we have a amendment on the floor to go to 80 units for this year.
Yeah, let me just look up the procedure.
If we're going to, personally, if we're going to go outside the policy at all, I'd like to see different than usual conditions associated with it. So we're not going to continue to allow the 36 months. If we're going to go outside of the policy, live up to the commitments right now, or within a set time frame that we can agree to. It would be one of the things I would want to see. So if they want half now and half next year, the timeline is next year, not 36 months from now.
I'd be all right with that, Andy, to have them all, the condition, have them all used up by 2023.
I agree.
But I think we don't want to throw our policy out and basically write off our policy before we get to that. We've got to have a way to deal with it. So my question to you, Dan, is, being proposed now is 80, and you're saying, do it all, and I completely sympathize with what you're saying. But at what, is the policy, is the goal of the policy worth pursuing? And if so, how do we do that?
Well, I think the goal of the policy is worth pursuing. I always have thought it's been worth pursuing. But what I'm hearing is that we're prepared to bypass the policy anyway, right now. So if we're prepared to bypass it, then do you make it, do you make it worth the effort? I think it's been a good policy, but I just have this feeling that we're gonna bypass it today anyway and go from 59 to 80. So we might as, if it has to be over 2 years, then so be it. We can still discuss the policy, and if it needs to be, it's a document that obviously needs to be discussed, addressed, changed, whatever the case may be. So, and if it has to be over 2 years, then so be it. But I just keep going back to what Steve says. Sorry, Steve. It's just the comment it's the comment that you made is sticking in my head. Just get in and get out. But, so.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion? I think I'm going to call the vote on the amendment to up it to 80. Any final comments from anybody? Okay, so the, what was it, an additional 21 units?
Correct.
Okay, so all those in favor of the amendment? Those opposed? That's defeated. So we're back to the original motion. Is everybody happy to vote on that, or do we want to have any further discussion?
Unless Dan is bringing an amendment to do the half and half over the 2 years.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Okay, before I call the vote on the main motion, I do think this is an important issue of getting them in and getting them out, if I can quote both Steve and Dan, that we've got to figure out a way to address. So we have the policy for a reason. And I think the reasons are valid and continue to be valid. We've got to find a way to address this issue. So I don't think we can wait, and to Dan's earlier point, for another year to do that. I think we've got to look at what options are available to us to manage the rate of growth, whether it be with this policy or other policies. So that was the reason I didn't support the 80, is because I think we need to have a plan of how we're going to deal with this. And doing it at the last minute, I don't think is the right approach. So I would ask for council support to review and ask for some more thoughts from staff of how we can manage this going forward as we review the policy. Because we do need to address the issue with cachet, and there will be others. Mike?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Lennox. Yeah, I appreciate the last minute aspect from a council's standpoint, and I take responsibility for that being the way it's perceived. The policy and the report is based on conversations that we've had with council leading up to what we knew as a staff was coming from demand standpoint. The 15% figure has no basis in science or tech or anything else. It's a number that we brought forward and council endorsed. And so if that's what we're talking about, that's good. The other part is we established a sewage allocation agreement that was based on a 3-year term. And again, that was to address that historically we had allocations that had sat around, let's say, for years and years and years. So we, as a staff, brought forward the 3-year term around the allocations piece, trying to eliminate that factor. So if that's no longer the goal or the only driving force, I understand that as well. I think what's the more we discuss this, the more we delay getting ahead of the development. And I understand wanting to review policy. I get it. But this is not going away in either Arthur or Mount Forest. The pressures associated with making decisions on development, including allocations, and doing it once a year, you guys are going to have deputations from developers on a bi-weekly basis coming to you saying, we want to go, we want to build in your community. We've got demand. We want to work with you guys. We want to do all of these things. So we got to figure out how to address that, and we need to do it quickly, because we're just delaying the inevitable. The initial comment from Councillor McCabe, we invested $8.5 million in the Arthur wastewater treatment plant to allow for growth in Arthur, and we're doing work in the background now to allow for additional growth in Mount Forest. So this is the crux. Like, I understand the controlled growth, the theory of it, but we better tighten up the theory and what that really means, because it's not going to go away. The market is relentless. The developers are relentless. They want to go, and they'll meet those timelines, but you guys got to set them.
So do we amend it to, like, as Councillor Yank said, give them what they want and put it down that they have to be in and out by 2020, the end of 2023?
So are you making that motion, Steve?
Yeah, I am. But we, as Mike said, we do need to revisit this policy, and I understand that this is the first big crack that we've had with a big developer that is a cradle to grave developer. And it is going to be relentless. Like, this is not the first or the last time we'll have a chat about this. And we got to pay for the wastewater treatment plant. We might as well use it.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for that?
Oh,
Uh,
I was
so-
going to ask a question. Sorry.
Go ahead and ask the question, Dan.
My question is to Mike. So Mike, are you saying that we don't really have time to address this?
Yeah, Councillor, that's a really fair question, and yeah, I don't want to come across as I'm trying to paint you guys into a corner today, but I am suggesting that we've had the policy, and when we did the policy, as to Mayor Lennox's point, this is a unique policy. There are a number of things that we could implement to control growth, and some of that would be requiring phasing. Once you have if it's 100 units, you have to phase. Like, we don't come to us unless you're going to phase it. We didn't do that. We didn't have that. Well, all we had was the sewage allocation policy. That's all we currently have to control growth. The balance I'm trying to convey to council is, in the background behind Cache, not only do we have 50 plus 39 that are sitting on the shelf, we've got other developers who next year are going to be competing very hard with Cache for numbers. So if we don't deal with the Cache numbers this year, so to speak, then it just gets muddier the next year. Then it's going to get muddier the year after that, in terms of they're first in line. They've done everything that we've asked them to do to get first in line. Does that mean we ignore the reason for the policy? No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting that the pressure points are just going to get build and build and build. I guess that's my point. And to Mayor Lennox's point, yeah, we need to do a better job preparing for the next ones, whether it's around phasing requirements, saying, hey, you guys want to invest all your money into the underground servicing for your development, that's fine, but you're only getting 1/3 because we require phasing agreements because we think that's what's best for our community. We haven't done that yet because we haven't gone through a big scale development like this, in particular in Arthur. So we're in a, yeah, kind of a funny zone because of that. But the idea that the policy didn't come forward with amendments for council in time for today's meeting, that's a reflection on me, not on Cache and not on anyone else. We wanted to, let the policy ride out, but I'm not sure we anticipated when we built the policy trying to control growth because that was the direction we got from council. And we wanted to make sure allocations weren't sitting on the shelf. We've done that, but we haven't done enough. I don't think.
So the question is, how do we learn and go forward with it?
I just have a bit of a procedural matter. We're at 5:56. We have a motion on the floor and an amending motion, maybe half on the floor. And our procedure bylaw says we shall pass a resolution to go past our 4-hour curfew before the close of the 4 hours. So I'm sure that procedurally we could wait until we get through these, but we are going to need to pass that resolution to extend curfew.
Okay. So can that wait, or do we need to move right to that?
Well, the problem is we've got resolutions on the floor, so.
Okay. Okay. So Steve has proposed an amendment. Do we have a seconder for that amendment?
Steve, can you just tell me that amendment is that Cache be allocated 99 units in 2022 and 98 units in 2023? That brings them up to the 197 that they need. Is that what you're?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we have a seconder for that? Lisa? Okay, any more discussion on that? Dan?
I mean, now we look like we're, I guess I'd thrown it out there at the start, but earlier, let's go all or nothing. And now we went with nothing. And now we're gonna change it again. Like I gotta stick to my gun here and stay the way that I was. And I think now after this is when this thorough discussion needs to take place, or how are we gonna move ahead? And if we decide that Cache next year is gonna get the balance of their allotment, then so be it. But I don't think it makes us look good here by changing again.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you, Dan, but I think the question in my mind is, when do we have this discussion about changing our policy direction? I mean, we're here now, right now, dealing with this. I think there's generally an admission that we do need to review our policy because we do see some weaknesses in it. Do we act now, or do we act after we review the policy? I mean, from my perspective, I'm 100% committed to looking at different policy options personally, and I think council should be as a whole. Question is, are we prepared to act before we do that? Because of this situation that we find ourselves in that we didn't anticipate, how do we learn from our mistakes? And either way, I'm okay as long as we're prepared to learn from our mistakes and do better in the coming period of time.
So if I may,
Yep, go ahead,
so
Dan.
my question is, so we already supported, the 59 was supported,
We
right?
haven't voted on it yet.
Well, what did we vote on the 80?
Yeah, the 80.
And that was
The
turned down.
amendment to the 80.
The amendment to move to 80.
Yeah.
Okay. So that was turned down. That was just an amendment. We haven't voted yet on the 59. Okay. Or the 75. Right. Okay. Gotcha. That was just the amendment we voted on.
Right. And
Okay.
now Steve's proposing a different amendment to go to the 98 or whatever it is now and the balance next year. So we're committing it for 2023 now. In this amendment,
If it passes.
if it passes, yes. Any further discussion? Because I'm going to call the vote on the amendment. We need to get on with this. Okay, so we're talking about the amendment right now that leaves the total for 2022 the same and grants the balance to Cache in 2023.
Sorry, the motion was be resolved, Cache be allocated 99 units in 2022.
Okay,
And this is the amendment. And further allocate 98 units in 2023.
okay. Thank you for that.
Hey,
Lisa?
Do those numbers add up? Because I'm becoming confused about the numbers now.
They needed 197 units. And so
And they
the
had-
99 and 98 makes the 197.
But the 99 includes the 39 they already have.
Exactly.
So it's 60 units for this year, 60 additional units for this year, and 98 for 2023.
Yeah. I think Matt had his hand up, Mayor.
Okay, Matt?
Yep, yeah, through you, Mayor. I would agree with the 60 units this year and additional 98 next year would get us to the 158, which added to the 39 that Cache already has would get us to the 197.
Okay. All right, any final comments? So we're voting on the amendment now. All those in favor?
Sorry, Lisa,
Opposed?
did you have your hand up, Lisa? Okay.
Opposed? That's carried. Okay, so now we're going to vote on the main motion as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. So this is an important topic. So, I mean, it's been a long slog through it, but I think this is really important for us to try to get right.
Is
I
there
agree. Good
direction,
discussion.
is there direction to staff to bring a report back on proposals, on proposed amendments to the policy, or what are we doing with that?
I would keep it broader than that, policy options for managing the rate of growth.
Okay.
All right, now we need a motion to deal with extending the deadline. Karen,
Yes. And I
do
can,
we have a standard format for that?
yeah, I'm just going to share my screen, just a minute. Can you see that?
Yep.
So I just need to move, you need a mover and seconder.
Okay. Can I get a mover and a seconder for that, please? I can't see you, so speak up, please.
I'll move it.
I can second it, Mayor.
Thank you. So moved by Lisa, seconded by Steve, that the April 11th, 2022 regular meeting of council of the Corporation of the Township of Wellington North be extended past the 4-hour curfew as set out in section 23.1 of the bylaw number 111-21, being the procedure bylaw for governing the calling, place, and proceedings of meetings of council and its committees. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you.
And
We'll
then
now move on.
You were gonna do the optional part of that in a standalone,
Oh,
right?
okay.
And that
Thank
was
you.
the one, if you're inviting, if you want to hear from more developers. about
Okay, does
their
anybody want to hear from developers about this at this point? Okay, so well, we can deal with it and vote it down at this point. Or
Sure,
we can,
let's do that, and then there's a record of it.
okay. Just let me find that again. Okay, and so this reads, and further that council directs staff to invite the developers contained within this report who have submitted an application for sewage allocation but do not meet the submission requirements be provided a request for deputation form in order that they may discuss with council the details merits of their project. And further, the council waive the clause 29.3 in the procedure bylaw 111-21 that provides the number of deputations shall be limited to 2 at any meeting for developers who wish to deputation regarding sewage allocation applications. Can I get a mover and a seconder for that? Moved by Sherry, seconded by Lisa. Any discussion? All those in favor? Those opposed? That's defeated. Thank you. I think we need to get our ducks lined up before we ask for the developers' input into this. Okay, we're on to 6A. This is a report on the municipal and school board election sign policy. So we have a recommendation here that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Wellington North receive report CLK 2022-010, the report on municipal and school board election sign guidelines. And further, the council endorses the municipal election sign policy for the Township of Wellington North. And further, the council authorizes the mayor and clerk to sign a bylaw to amend bylaw 117-21 Schedule A to establish fees and charges for various services provided by the municipality. Could I get a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved by Sherry, seconded by Lisa. Okay, we'll open the floor for discussion. Sherry, I think you asked to pull this one, so I'll go to you first.
So my question is, why is this sign bylaw just for election signs and not a more comprehensive bylaw? And have we had, is it because we've had issues with signs in the past?
So you always write your policies in the worst case scenario. So we haven't had the worst case scenario yet, but you guys were all acclaimed in the last election. So there wasn't really a lot of issue around signs. Without a policy, if there are complaints, I can't really do anything at all about it. And as to why it's not a broader, more comprehensive sign bylaw, that's never really been identified to me that council has a desire for that. And if that's what you want, I mean, you can provide direction and I can bring a report back. As always, when you have a bylaw or policy, you have to be able to enforce it. And this one will only have to be enforced for a very short time. If you put a broader policy in place, you need the enforcement, and that would be bylaw. And that would mean then if you want to put a sign up on your store in town, you know, you'd have to go through a process and there'll be applications and a fee for that. We don't have that now. I think they have to get, Darren, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure if they need building approval. But there's no application process they have to go through.
That's right, Karen. Some building permit or some signs are identified as requiring a building permit. But other than that, there's no municipal approval or enforcement process.
So on the one hand, you could say there's no red tape in putting your sign up on a store. But it would be a level of administration and enforcement if we wanted to do that, if council wants to do that.
Go ahead, Sherry.
No, I'm not looking for something necessarily more comprehensive. I was just curious as to why it was targeted. It was focused and targeted on a specific type of sign.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? I have a question in regard to the policy, Karen, myself. Maybe I'm not reading it correctly, but if I look at our policy versus the county's policy or MTO's policy, it looks like we're implementing or looking to implement a complete prohibition of signs on road allowances. Was that the intent?
Yeah, that's the intent, because you can't have any election signs on any municipal property. Technically, we own all of those road allowances, but we only act on complaint. We are not going to be going out there and collecting them if they're in the road allowances, just like we didn't in the 2018 election for county councilors who were running. But what can happen is candidate A goes and sticks their signs up on candidate B's road allowance in front of their house, and they're both running for the same position. And then the clerk gets the phone calls about, you know, what's going on. And so that's why there's also the provision, if you are complaining about it being on a road allowance, you have to be the person living there. So let's say, you know, you're running for mayor and Joe Blow's running for mayor, and Joe comes along and puts his sign in front of yours, then we'll collect it. But if somebody in town who's supporting Joe complains that it's somewhere, like, you have to have some connection to the land where it is. They call it a silly season for a reason.
Okay, I just wanted to understand why we were taking a more stringent approach than the likes of the county or even MTO.
They've got more staff to enforce their bylaw.
Okay.
So,
Dan?
not to beleaguer the topic, but in the comments in removal, it says prior to removal by the municipality, candidates shall be notified of the contravention and given 24 hours to relocate the sign.
Yep.
So if they go and relocate the sign, there's no
$20
fee. There's no $20. The $20 is only if the municipality picks up the sign, takes it back to the works building and leaves it there. And the $20 is for if they want to reclaim the sign, or it's an automatic $20.
It's an automatic $20. We've got to send somebody out there to pick it up and then store it here. And then somebody's then got to administer when they show up to give it to them. I mean, it's a fee for the time involved.
Yeah, but in that last comment, it says payable by the candidate to reclaim the sign. So reclaim the sign to me would mean that they were going to pick it back up.
So perhaps I should word that better. The $20 is going to be $20. So they come and get the sign from us. They have to give us the $20 to get the sign. And that covers the work that we've done to go and collect the sign. Like,
what if they don't come and get the sign?
Gets thrown out.
And there's no fee then?
There's no fee then, but eventually you're going to run out of signs.
Well, eventually, yeah.
So you're holding the sign hostage.
Better way to say that, but yeah. I guess
Okay.
you go on Twitter with, you know, come and get your sign or it's gonna get it.
Okay, any other questions or comments on this one? Okay, all those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Move on to 6B. This is the post-pandemic council meeting format. The recommendation reads as follows: that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Wellington North receive report CAO 2022-002 post-pandemic council meeting format, and further that the Council of the Township of Wellington North authorizes the clerk and clerk's department to implement in phases necessary provisions, policies, and technology required to host hybrid meetings that will allow for in-person, simultaneous, virtual participation and live streaming of council meetings effective May 9th, 2022, And further, that municipal modernization funds be authorized to cover costs associated with implementing hybrid meetings. Could I get a mover and a seconder for that, please?
I can move it, Andy.
Moved by Steve, seconded by Sherry. And I think Mike said something he wanted to add to this, so I'm going to give him the floor.
Sure. Hopefully quickly on this one. The date in there in the resolution says May 9th. There may be technology that we're not going to be able to get our hands on in time to meet that date. So I wanted to maybe garner some flexibility around that. The other piece is from a notice standpoint. So our public meeting notices go out well in advance of those public meetings. We may have to get somewhat creative on those notices if we're not able to get to in the hybrid models within the timelines we're looking at. So I just wanted to give councils, let you guys know about that. We're still working towards the hybrid models, and Karen's put a lot of time and energy towards that. But the technology pieces, you guys know what supply chain issues exist out there. So we might not be able to have what we need in order to go to the hybrids. I'm still an advocate, a very strong advocate for hybrids. I know everybody wants to get back to in person. I get that. But our last council meeting in March, we had over 110 views. Now, you guys can tell me the last time we've had 110 people in the council chambers because I wasn't there, because we would not fit in the room if that was the case. So and I won't go on and on about the other benefits. I think we've talked about it enough, but I know we want to get back to in person, but I think the idea of the hybrid is still something we should pursue. So that was my comment.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? So, Mike, do you want us to amend the deadline date in this resolution?
Maybe, Karen, how do we feel about striking out effective May 9th, 2022 as a friendly amendment?
Yeah, let's do that. We could say live stream of council meetings when the technology has been installed.
Everybody okay with that? Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. We'll move on to 7D. And this is in regard to the letters from our MP and MPP. Recommendation that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Wellington North receive the correspondence from John Nader, MP, Perth Wellington, and Randy Pettipies, MPP, Perth Wellington, dated March 29th, 2022, regarding fundraising capabilities of municipalities and service clubs and use of proceeds of lotteries. Can I get a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved by Lisa, seconded by Sherry. Okay, thank you. Any discussion on that? Sherry, go ahead.
So I, again, just wanted to bring this forward to let the folks that apply for lottery licenses, that our efforts as council and their efforts as volunteers hasn't fallen on deaf ears, that both our MP and our MPP are working for, something to be addressed so that, perhaps the lottery license policy will or could change.
Yeah, certainly want to thank them for their efforts on that. This has been an ongoing irritant in our, not only our community, but other rural communities in particular. Any other questions or comments? Okay, all those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. I think that's the end of our items for consideration. So I'll ask if there's any notice of motion this afternoon. Seeing none, we'll move on to community group meeting program report. Anybody have anything they'd like to report on today? Or is everybody too exhausted?
All good here.
Anybody have anything?
No.
Okay. So move on to bylaws then. We have a number of bylaws here, and the recommendation reads as follows: that bylaw number 38-22, 39-22, 40-22, 41-22, 42-22, and 43-22 be read first, second, and third time and enacted. Did I get a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved by Steve, seconded by Sherry. Thank you. Any discussion on those bylaws? All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Cultural moment. I have to look that one up. What page is that one on?
596.
That can't be right.
347.
596, it says 596.
It does say
Oh.
596.
You got
Okay.
a different version. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
600 page agenda.
All right, so cultural moment for April 11th celebrates Arthur 150 years. This 2022 Canada Day weekend, the village of Arthur will celebrate 150 years of incorporation. The site that became Arthur was established at the northern end of the Six Nations land grant set by the Jones Baseline Survey in 1792. 80 years later, Arthur Village entered the railroad age just as it began incorporation. The end of 1871 and the beginning of 1872 brought freight and passenger trains through the area, allowing for growth from a widespread rural settlement into a thriving community. The addition of telephone service in 1891 further connected Arthur with the wider world. By this time, immigration of Eastern and Western Europeans, particularly Ireland, the British Isles, and Germany, served to build the village's population and expand businesses and services needed to serve the area. Much later, the devastation of World War II brought waves of immigrants from countries like Holland and Italy. In the 21st century, Arthur has welcomed more diversity among those families. More diversity among those families who enjoy their homes in the village after work days in large urban centers. And their children can flourish in a place closer to nature. From its beginning, Arthur proved to be the heart of its rural area. Saturdays were the time for residents and farm families to conduct business, catch up on the news, perhaps attend the latest horse races, and enjoy a weekly break. Farmers who supplied milk and cream to the Wellington County Creamery picked up the checks, which paid for necessities and small indulgences. The arduous work of carving out family farms and building successful village businesses established traditions of both self-reliance and service to others. While preserving individuality, the residents of Arthur are ready to support fellow citizens. This has always been a village of volunteers through service clubs, churches, schools, sports, and numerous other ways. Long before its designation as Canada's most patriotic village, Arthur's residents rallied to the call from the British mother country to give sons and daughters to wars across the ocean. The Boer War and the War to End All Wars brought deeds of heroism and daily tragedy for every Arthur resident. In World War II, the acts of bravery and sacrifice continued. 150 years into Arthur's incorporation, dedication to the protection of lives and freedom continues to inform the village's identity. In 2022, the foundations on which Arthur was built continue to sustain this community: hard work, support for one's neighbor, resourcefulness, and respect for our history. The planned celebration embodies all these qualities. We can be assured that the citizens of Arthur will safeguard them for the next 150 years. That's submitted by Gail Donald from the Cultural Roundtable. Okay. We're on to closed meeting. Before I do that, just draw your attention to the meetings notices. Mount Forest BIA is meeting tomorrow, and Chamber of Commerce tomorrow as well in Mount Forest. The Growth Housing Development Information meeting is on Wednesday and at the Arthur Community Center, Lower Hall. Arthur BIA meets Wednesday the 20th. National Volunteer Week is April 24th to 30th. Our next regular council meeting is April 25th. We talked about earlier, the Mount Forest Aquatics Ad Hoc Advisory Committee meets on May 3rd. The Volunteer Appreciation Dinner on May 5th, and our next council meeting, the first one in May, is May 9th. And with that, we can move to a closed meeting session. Before we do that, does anybody need a break to visit the facilities?
I could get some more water, sure.
So do we take, is everybody okay to take 5 minutes?
Yep.
Okay.
Good night, everyone.
Night, Dale. So we'll reconvene at 6:35. No, 6:30, sorry.
You were late to the meeting, Dan. Look what I got on April 2nd.
Oh, my goodness.
My
Wow.
daughter, she's 32. She figured out middle of February she was pregnant, and she had a full-term baby on August 2nd or April 2nd.
Wow. Good for you. Good for her. Yeah. Wow.
4 hours of labor, and she was home in time for lunch.
Huh. Wow. That's yeah, good news.
And when
Everybody's healthy?
Everybody's good. And when's yours
Very-
due? August?
Yeah, 1st of August, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Not mine.
No, I know.
That doesn't mean you won't try to take credit, will it, Dan?
No. Oh, my goodness. Well.
That has to be one of our longest meetings. And we're still going.
I think that's the first time we've extended, isn't it?
thought we did once like about 6 or 7 years ago.
I was gonna say, I think I remember once before having to do that.
How long does that give us? Is there a time limit on the extension?
No.
Yeah. Okay. I think everybody's here. It's 6:30, so I think everybody wants to get on with their evening, so let's get this rolling.
Let's roll.
Thanks, Sherry. So we'll move into a closed session. We have a recommendation here that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Wellington North go into a meeting at 6:31 PM that is closed to the public under subsection 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, specifically to deal with item K, a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. And we'll deal with the CAO report, managed service provider, IT requirements replacement, and we'll talk about CAO recruitment, third-party consultant discussion, and also a review of closed session minutes. Can I get a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved by Lisa, seconded by Sherry. All those in favor? We're in closed. Thank you. So we'll go
I
right
have
to
to
you,
just-
Mike.
Just a sec, I need to stop.
No recording.
Oh,